Ladies and gentlemen, from La Casa de los Lobos, the pit, here at the University of New Mexico, let's get ready to rumble!
I was thoroughly distracted during that because Devontae Adams signed with the Rams. That's not how I wanted to start the show. All right. My name's Ryan Tamori. Welcome to the Pit Press Live. I'm joined by my co-host, co-founder. Great job, media. Great job on all the photos the other night, Eric. Appreciate that. Eric Malton. Eric, how you doing?
I'm good. Happy to be on. Looking forward to all the guests you got lined up. Put a ton of effort into it, but we should have kind of an extended show tonight, bringing you guests from just about everywhere, talking not only Mountain West hoops, but NCAA tournament, bubble talk, and then, of course, the Mountain West Championship and the Lobos kind of running in, and let's get it started.
I want to thank those that make this show possible. This is coming from the Hydro Bar live stream. If you watch the show regular, you know how much I love to say Tim Baca Sr. and Tim Baca Jr. Thank you, guys. Dulce River Bakery and Coffee, Affordable Solar, Turquoise Desert Tap Room, and Affordable Service. Heating, plumbing, and air conditioning for your HVAC needs in the Albuquerque and Rio Rancho area. Affordable Service has been in business in New Mexico since 1986, and it is still locally owned. During that time, they've served more than 40,000 customers, providing complete residential, light commercial HVAC services, including heating, cooling, electrical, and plumbing. Affordable Service takes pride in its staff commitment to Albuquerque and Rio Rancho area. I got to turn on my swamp cooler. I wonder if Roco Miller knows what a swamp cooler is. All right. He's going to learn very soon that he's not on with Rick or you, that it's bad comedy hour. All right. Big show today. I'm sorry I didn't queue up any sound from Friday night. I will say this to start. Everybody knows I'm the negative Nancy and the naysayer. And then I got a clip for Mackenzie Bishop from October that I can bring up. So excited for that. I'm going to give the rundown of the guests. I'm going to have him join in a minute because I need him to get to his dinner reservation. If he's on a dinner date, I hope I'm not ruining it. All right, 5 p.m. Super excited. Roco Miller, the bracketeer, going to be joining us to talk. I want to ask him about, and Eric's going to join, I want to ask him about where UNM sits, and if they can win the tournament outright, do they get off that dreaded 9 line that I've seen on his site and many others? 5:20 p.m., Top of the Mountain podcast, Tom Moser. 5:45, I didn't send a text to Kurt Roth, our NIL guy, the man, the myth, the legend, and my favorite New Yorker. Mackenzie Bishop from Brazo Homes, and obviously 505 Sports Venture Foundation. He's on the board there. He will be joining us. 6:30, Brandon Ortega, formerly of KOB TV. You can catch him on Lobos Live with Kenny Thomas after every Lobo game. And then 7:30, both at 7:30, Phil McDonald, former UNM men's basketball player, Phil McDonald and George Scott. And then hopefully Ed will be jumping on with me then. 8:15, JJ Buck. You can catch him on the opening drive with Jeff Symbieta and JJ Buck on 6:10 a.m., 95.9 FM, the Sports Animal, and also the voice of the UNM women's basketball team. He'll join us at 8:15. And then 8:40, roughly estimated, Nick Coppola from the Las Cruces Sun News to talk about a little bit of Aggies. So jam-packed show. I'm going to limit it to my one curse word. Guests out your ass tonight. And that's a great segue to transition. I know what happened Friday night. The pit was amazing. But I want to bring in our next guest as we start talking about what has now replaced the holy grail of sports days, Super Bowl Sunday, as the first 4 days of the tournament. Here we go. I was talking like a mile a minute there, Eric. Just trying to get people on. Very happy for our next guest, Mr. Roco Miller from the Bracketeer and the Bracketeer.org, I believe. Rocco, thank you for taking time out of a Sunday night and your busiest time of year to join us here on the show. And I met you at the pit, I think, during the VCU game. So nice to meet you again. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great, Eric. And Ryan, good to see you as well. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's great to look back on that because that ended up being a pretty important non-conference win. VCU, of course, clinching the 1 seed despite losing their final game in the Atlantic 10. And, VCU did get the UCLA win that we all know about, but that was a great supplemental non-conference piece of evidence for the committee. And, I just wrapped up 4 days of mock selection committee work. So I probably have all the information about as fresh as possible on my head as ever before as we record this. So good to be on with you guys.
Well, I'm happy to have you on our live stream, and then you can catch it tomorrow before we break down the Mountain West tournament. I was supposed to be there, and then I ended up getting ill, and whatever the hell upper respiratory virus is, here I am. I don't sound like I've eaten a carton of cigarettes over the last 2 days, so I'm happy with that. I don't want to steal. I want to preface this because I admire your work and I've been looking at your website the last 2 days. And I don't want to steal what you do from the other big names. I was a former journalist, so I'm compiling what I see. I got a push notification from ESPN today that said UNM may or not be a lock. I was on Bracketeer.org. You have UNM safely in. Why is that?
Well, I think a few things. One, New Mexico has multiple wins against tournament level competition. Namely, Utah State is a great example on the road. 6 overall wins for the Lobos. The mix of the home wins, the UCLA win, including the non-conference win at home over VCU. And in quad 1, they're 4-3. In the top 2 quadrants, they're 11-4. Now we know that the bad is those 2 losses outside of the top 2 quadrants. Of course, the rivalry loss, we don't need to bring up too much. And then I was at the San Jose State game, which could have gone either way. But overall, you look at New Mexico's road work, which is important not only for New Mexico, but also for all teams. I think it really stands out for the Lobos because they're such a great home team. 9-5 in games away from Albuquerque. So again, the whole exercise is just comparing teams. And as you go through the exercise, and this is probably the frustrating part for the Lobos community for the projections, is that, they keep stacking up around the low 30s to mid 30s. And that's just, in that 8-9 range. So whether you give them an 8 or a 9, you're kind of still stuck next to the 1 seed with that being the case. But the great news is I don't think there's any risk, especially with the league championship on top of everything I just mentioned, of them not being included this year. So it's been a tremendous year, and just keep building on it.
And I'm going to let Eric ask a couple questions too, but I'm going to ask 2 here because I got the New Jersey route, so I got on a plane and didn't have to pay for lodging, and got to be in the Garden, which I hadn't been in since I saw South Carolina win an Elite 8 game back in 2017, which was very cool to be at. And then
Awesome.
I saw the Knicks play when they were awful, like 15, 16 years ago. But anyway, that's the Mecca, and I was happy to be there. I'm rambling. How that loss with St. John's, that doesn't hurt them. And you know what? I've read everything, and I don't know why I didn't see where you have St. John's. I know other people have it at highest too, but the 2 questions for that: how that loss doesn't totally kill UNM, obviously, in the Garden, and what Rick Pitino has done this year, but that loss doesn't ultimately cure them. What do you have for St. John's going into the tournament?
Yeah, well, they obviously, they did a lot for their resume yesterday to win at Marquette. That gives them a third win on the road against a tournament level team. They had already won at UConn, of course. That game at Gampel that came back down 15. St. John's team's crazy to watch. Relentless energy. I feel like they're just afraid to lose and have to deal with Rick the next day at practice. But they are just an awesome team to watch. Tons of energy and effort. But from a resume perspective, they also have a road win at Xavier. Xavier's starting to creep back in. They keep landing in that like first four to Dayton projection. So that gives them 3 road caliber wins away from home. But the problem is Marquette has started to slip down kind of near that 7 seed, maybe even 8 seed range because they haven't had a great last month or so. And UConn's in that range, and Xavier is, like I said, barely in. So when St. John's is trying to get up to a 2 seed and they're trying to pass teams like Kentucky or Texas A&M or even Texas Tech, the road wins that those teams are bringing to the table are much heavier. Kentucky won at Tennessee. They beat Duke. They won at Mississippi State. They beat Gonzaga, who's, not the greatest Gonzaga team ever, but they're top 8 in the net. So by way of the net, that's a great win to get away from Rupp Arena for them. And then Texas A&M's won at Ole Miss. They've won at Mizzou. They beat Auburn at home. They beat Purdue, Texas Tech themselves. So the problem for St. John's is they've been really clean with only losing 4 times total. And there's really nothing wrong with what they've done. But we already know this committee back on the weekend after Super Bowl told us that St. John's was barely in the top 16. The actual committee had them 16th. And St. John's, they've been doing nothing but climbing since, but they haven't had a win over like an Auburn level team or a Tennessee level team to vault them into the top 8 in my view. So I still have St. John's as a solid 3 seed and a decent chance to land in the East, which I know probably most important for New Yorkers.
I would love to see them make a run. My dad, my dad, rest his soul, by the way, Fairleigh Dickinson grad. About 2 years, I lost my mind. Oh, got his master's at Rutgers. That's the town where my parents are from outside. But my cousin Steven, who is not listening to this show, and I wish Ed was on, Eric, to get to pronounce his last name, Steve Oglogoshevsky. But anyway, undergrad at St. John's, master's at St. John's, and he got his PhD at St. John's. I don't even know if he knew UNM paid them. I know he pays attention to the Knicks. Anyway, I'm rambling there again.
That's great.
I think this is going to be the most important question for me when it comes to UNM. How does a Mountain West Conference tournament win and getting 3 wins this upcoming week, does that get them out of the 8-9 line?
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest. I don't know if it does because that Thursday game, they're going to play San Jose or Wyoming. So that doesn't do a whole lot to improve things. Sure, it's better. Obviously, it's better than losing and ending the run right there. But by the time they play Friday, it's a 9:30 p.m. Eastern, 6:30 p.m. Vegas time tip-off. And chronologically speaking, the committee starts meeting, examining teams, voting. I just went through that process for 4 days. So that starts Wednesday morning. So by the time New Mexico tips off Friday night, assuming they beat Wyoming or San Jose State, the actual committee in real time will be pretty deep into the process. Now, they can always go back, and we just did this morning on day 4, which would be Saturday morning, and look at results from Friday night, see if there's something they want to shift. So if New Mexico, I think best case scenario for New Mexico is beat San Diego State that night. San Diego State's, I believe, firmly going to be in. Boise State probably just barely out coming into this week, but still in play. I think the San Diego State win would mean more for their resume if anything's going to move the needle. But with San Diego State still being kind of more like a 10-11 seed themselves, unfortunately for the Lobos, there's not like that piece of gold win they can go get or even a piece of silver to move the needle enough. So if I'm a New Mexico fan, this might sound cynical. You might be okay with taking a bad loss to like San Jose State or Wyoming because they're going to be in the field, and that could move their seed down to a 10 or an 11. Might actually have a better path to get to the Sweet 16, as crazy as that sounds. Now, I'd never recommend going out and losing your game, but I think if they just do what they're supposed to do, win that game Thursday, play competitive Friday, win or lose, they're going to end up right about where they're at right now, which is in that 8-9 zone, and it's almost inevitable.
I appreciate that answer. Eric, do you have anything?
Yeah, I wanted to talk more about just overall Mountain West and other teams. I think right now you kind of had Boise State and Colorado State kind of floating around the bubble. San Diego State firmly in. I think Utah State's also firmly in. But Colorado State just went into Boise, stole one there, looked really impressive, and they've probably, out of all the teams in the Mountain West, have been the hottest right now. I think a lot of the metrics, depending on who you reach out to, a lot of analysts out there, but Colorado State might be one of the hottest teams in the whole country. I mean, between them and Boise State, who has the leg up right now, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think it's still Boise State. And, for Colorado State, if you just looked at the last 6 weeks or so, they're arguably the hottest team in the league overall. And they've earned the 2 seed. And I think if somebody's going to go out and take the Mountain West bid from outside of those 3 that we know are going to dance, which are the Aztecs, the Lobos, and the Aggies, the Rams have the best path. They'll get probably Nevada in that first game, and then the winner of Utah State, UNLV, and Colorado State. UNLV's played pretty well down the stretch as well. Obviously, you got the Lobos there, took them out late, but they've won 6 of 8 to finish. So Colorado State's got a nice path to get to the championship game. Unfortunately for them, earlier in the year, they lost by 17 to a Colorado team that basically finished at the bottom of the Big 12. They lost on a half-court shot at home to UC Riverside, and they lost a game down in Palm Springs to Washington, who finished last in the Big 10. And, of course, they have that home loss to New Mexico that falls into Quad 2, just where New Mexico's at in the net. So, that could be okay, but they just didn't do enough on the winning side to, outweigh that, in my view, based on the fact they got the one big one at Boise State on the road, beat some good teams at home like San Diego State, Boise State, Utah State, a neutral win over TCU, but TCU is not a tournament team. And then in Quad 1, it's just the one win at Boise the other night. So to me, it's just not quite enough to get in as an at-large. But like I said, the good news for the Rams is they probably have the best draw out of anybody out there, especially out of the teams that aren't going to get in as an at-large. Then when you look at Boise, they were probably like the last team or two in before the Friday night home loss. And unfortunately, that home loss makes it a little easier to pick them apart, set their resume back a little bit. The thing you like about Boise State that keeps them interesting is they did beat Clemson, who is a top 5 seed, a 5 seed for me at this moment. Same with St. Mary's. St. Mary's also right there at the bottom of the 5 seed area. So those are 2 really strong wins. I think the committee will scrutinize that a little bit because they were both in Idaho. They played St. Mary's in Idaho Falls. Of course, they played Clemson at home. And then outside of that, for the Broncos, their other 2 road wins of note are Nevada and UNLV, but they didn't get any of the big ones. They didn't get the one at Colorado State or San Diego State or Albuquerque or USU. They lost at USU by 2, but losing doesn't help. And then you throw in, here's the kicker for Boise. They lost to Boston College down in the islands, and they lost to Washington State, which didn't age very well either. Washington State is in Quad 3 for that game. So unfortunately for those 2, I just know how the committee works. I understand the Mountain West. I was just the representative for the Mountain West in all these meetings, so I went to bat for the Broncos and the Rams. But I just know as a committee group thing, some of these other options that are out there, whether it's Indiana, whether it's Xavier, whether it's Oklahoma or Arkansas, it's going to be probably close to unanimous that those teams will be above Boise in the pecking order.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot to play out too, and a lot's going to depend too on some of the bid stealers, right? Like I was watching earlier today, yeah. Drake and Bradley was a really good game. I think you could consider Bradley being potentially an at-large team. I don't know if they're in quite yet, but when you look around the rest of the country, potential bid stealers are pretty much the enemy of teams like Boise and CSU getting in. I mean, who are you focusing on this upcoming week, championship week, as kind of who would be the potential to steal a bid late?
Well, it's funny. The answer to your question can start with Boise and Colorado State. They can go out and win the Mountain West tournament, and then they're a bid stealer in essence. At somewhere there's a cutoff, right? So even if Boise State's the first team out entering next week, that counts as a bid steal. And I think, just looking at the Mountain West as a whole, if the league wants 4 bids, they need either one of those 2 or like a UNLV or Nevada to kind of come from the 6 or 7 spot and win it. I don't know if anybody 8 through 11 is really talented enough to get through the whole bracket, but that's why it's March. We don't know for sure. But I think just for the league in general to get 4 bids, like, for example, if Boise State wins the Mountain West tournament, Colorado State's not going to get in, and Boise State's closer already to start. If Colorado State wins it, I think it's going to be also easy to leave Boise behind for the committee. So we'll start there because I think that's the scenario that the Mountain West needs to get the 4 teams in, whichever 4 they are. We know the 3 are getting there: Aztecs, Rams, Lobos for sure. So beyond that, I think you got to start with the American Conference, and the committee will be prepared for this. Memphis is the only team above the bubble, and there's really no debate about that. So any of the other 12 members in that conference tournament, one of them will be in the championship, even if Memphis makes the championship. And that's one of the last championship games played before the selection show. So Saturday night, they'll be working on contingency brackets for the surprise winner. And if Memphis gets knocked out earlier, they for sure will have a surprise winner. We saw this last year as well when UAB played Temple for the championship. And if it would have been Temple, they had a lot of losses. So they would have had a kind of a weird seed for a team, for a school that big, a program that big. So that's the other one to watch right off the bat. Then you still have the WCC starts. The meat of it starts tomorrow, and I'll be out there first thing in the morning in Vegas for that. I think Santa Clara is the team to watch. They play tonight against Pepperdine. They should be okay. Much better team than Pepperdine, of course. They get another crack at St. Mary's. If they beat St. Mary's, and I'm giving Santa Clara a chance because they played them a lot closer last time, and this Santa Clara team's got a couple pros on the team, and they play a free-flowing style, and they've already beat Gonzaga as well. So if they play Gonzaga for the title, the Broncos could steal the bid. I would have mentioned San Francisco, but they do have some guys out for this tournament. It's really not looking good for the Dons, unfortunately. It's a program I'm close to. And Washington State will still probably be alive if they beat San Francisco tonight, but I don't think they have the horses to beat Gonzaga. Gonzaga seems to be really clicking. So you got the WCC tournament. I think another one to really pay attention to, and I'm serious here, is the Big West. Down in Henderson, UC San Diego's having a dream season, and they are inside the cut line right now. So if UC San Diego loses the championship game, and I do think they do get a bye to the semis, so they only have to get 2 wins down there in Henderson. If they lose that championship game, I think there's a good chance they're staying in, and we would have a 2-bid Big West. Wow. Yeah, and UC Irvine, the other team that's right there next to them, they've had an incredible year, 17 wins away from Irvine, 26-5. And so I keep looking at it, and I would make an argument right now that Irvine would belong in over like a Boise or a Colorado State even. If Irvine gets to the finals and loses close, they might still be in the hunt for a 2-bid Big West. So that's a very fascinating one. I think with VCU losing Friday, A10 might be stuck with just 1 bid no matter what, but keep your eye on it because VCU could be in that large still. And then, of course, you got all the other power conferences. I think the main one to mention is the ACC. Right now, only 3 teams are going, which is kind of crazy, right? It's probably the weakest ACC outside of Duke we've ever seen. Clemson and Louisville are clearly really good and going to the tournament. But if anybody else wins it, that gets the ACC a 4th team, which is wild to say because it's an 18-member conference. North Carolina's played a lot better lately. They're probably the most likely and the most capable of stealing the bid there. Wake Forest has talent. SMU a little bit. So keep your eye on the ACC from the power conferences, and then we'll see if any of the other ones can produce a Cinderella.
Yeah, I remember when UC San Diego went into Utah State and stole one like early in the season and kind of shocked a lot of people. But I think they even took San Diego State down to the wire at Viejas early in the season too. So yeah, they're tough. They move the ball well, they shoot well, and they got guys that can create off the dribble. They would be a team that I think would definitely deserve to be in.
Yes. And you know what? The committee's taught us over the years, you got to have a win like that against a tournament level team away from home, and they got it. So, UC San Diego's done everything historically the committee would ever want you to do. And I think it actually kind of helped them that Drake won today. So there's not going to be Bradley does have a nice resume for Missouri Valley level, but I just don't think they did enough to get selected. They're probably going to be in the NIT, which is a good year still for them. But I think that's good news for the Big West because it was just hard to picture a scenario where the committee would take 2 from the Missouri Valley and 2 from the Big West. In today's day and age, that just seems a little off. But now that there's only 1 from the Valley, no matter what, it really opens the door, I think, for the Big West to make a case.
I think one
Go
more
ahead, no, go
question,
ahead.
Ryan, then I'll hand
Go
it
ahead,
over to you. But there have been some tickets already punched, some
Yep.
conference championships. Any Cinderellas you see in those championships? Some good basketball is played. I just don't know if they have the firepower to take out a top seed or not. But what's your take?
None of them are named Fairleigh Dickinson.
If we get a Fairleigh Dickinson, I'm all in. Those are the best stories because nobody could. We watch this sport every day, and nobody could have saw that coming. They didn't even win their conference tournament, by the way. So I would just say, out of the teams that punched their ticket so far, obviously you got Drake. I think hopefully the general public realizes how good Drake is. They're 30-3. They have a double-digit win over Vanderbilt, who's an SEC level tournament team in a high stakes game. They beat them in the Charleston Classic Championship by 11 points. They beat Kansas State. They beat Miami, who hadn't fallen apart yet. So at the time it was a good win. And they were undefeated non-conference. So their only 3 losses are in the Valley. Such a great group of winners. Really curious to see what their actual matchup draw is, but these guys are very tough to beat, obviously. So that should be the easy answer. But I also would say, from a talent perspective, the starting 5 and probably the first 6 or 7 guys at High Point, they were able to rally this morning and come back and beat Winthrop. So they're going to the dance. But those first 5, 6, 7 guys on that roster are Power 5 good. And some of them have played Power 5 and transferred down. High Point's a private school in North Carolina, for those unfamiliar. It's their first ever trip to the NCAA tournament. But in recent years, they funded that place with a lot of money, enough money to build this roster, let's be honest, NIL. But they also had enough money to buy teams like UAB, North Texas, American Conference, good teams. Like UAB and North Texas went and played at High Point this year. So they're operating at a different level, and they expect big results. They're probably going to be a 13 right now, but if like Liberty or McNeese get upset in their tournaments, you might see High Point squeeze onto the 12. I think either way, a 4-13 or a 5-12 with High Point, they're very live to either win 1 or even 2 games.
Wow. Yeah, here's a fun fact for you. Coach Alan Huss at High Point was a UNM assistant from 2014 to 2017.
That's right, he was.
Yeah. And then what was I going to ask you next? There was just one more question. With that Drake team, they have a very unique story with how they built their roster. Their head coach, who basically came from the D2 level, but he also assembled his team with a bunch of D2 transfers. And they do not look like a bunch of Division II basketball players to me. I mean, they're shooting the lights out. They're physical. They get up and down. They share the ball. Can you speak on that story just a little bit before we hand it back to Ryan?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, thankfully, I planned a Midwest trip just before the holidays. In fact, when I met you guys down in Albuquerque that same week, I was coming in from Kansas City because the night before we saw Drake beat Kansas State in overtime, which turned out to be one of their best wins, of course. And this team, so 4 of their 5 starters, the story is Bennett Sturtz, of course, player of the year, just won MVP of the Arch Madness. He's their star. He's a lanky 6'4", 180. If you look at him, you're unassuming, like, how is this guy good? But his wingspan is crazy long. I've stood next to him, and he snatches rebounds that you don't think he can get. And he's a guard. He can play basically 4 positions. I don't think he can play much of the 5, but his rebounding skills are great. He had a couple blocks in the championship game. That speaks to his length and wingspan. He does a little bit of everything. And, Drake plays the slowest pace in the country. So I think they're very painful to play against. It takes a ton of discipline to hang in there with them for 40 minutes. They kind of hang around until you crack, and then they make their move. And they're very, very strong at the end of first halves and the end of second halves. And to me, historically, like, I love those types of teams, because teams that can finish the half strong, that takes a high level of character, a high level of organization, and great coaching, and they have all of those things. And outside of Sturtz, Mitch Mascari is their deadly shooter. So in that Kansas State win I was at, he had 8 threes. And they happened, like 7 of them were in the first half. So he can get hot in a hurry. That gives them a legitimate weapon. And he's really, really like a rise and fire shooter with strong legs. Daniel Abreu is only 6'6", but he plays the 5. So again, if they get matched up in March Madness with like a giant 7-footer or something, he's super stout though. So he throws his weight around and, fundamentally sound. And then there's Isaiah Jackson also. So 4 of their 5 starters, and they all came with coach. They were all at Northwest Missouri State last year, and of course, Division II, competing for national championship there. I think they won it 2 years ago. And I mean, their record together as a team for 4 or 5 years, if you include D2, is insane. I mean, they're 30-3 this year at D1. So they just are not used to losing pretty much ever. And then they added, you guys know Cam Maniawu, freshman stud for Wyoming last year. He's their other big guy that they lean on. 6'8", 230, had a lot of talent for the Pokes last year. So I love that starting five. They have a couple good bench pieces that they interchange with Tavion Banks and Howard and Combs. But anyway, that's the bottom line, is they're not the sexiest team in the world, but I've learned to love them because of how disciplined they are and how together they are, and they're just not going to crack.
Yeah, you're right. They lull you to sleep, and then they strike at the end of the half. I think they went on a 7-0 run at the end of the first half, and then I don't know how big of a run they went on the second half, but it was a 5-point game, and then they end up winning by just under 20. So
it's crazy, right? Yeah, they do that all the time. And then yesterday they're down pretty big. They trailed for over 26 minutes against Belmont, and it wasn't looking good for a while. And then sure enough, they made their move right around that same point in the game.
I love the mid-majors. I love to lose money on college basketball. So Thursday nights, the West Coast Conference, those are my nights. I want to get to our next guest, Tom Moser. So Roco Miller, thank you for joining us. One last question. Is it Duke or Auburn? Or are you taking I said that right. Is it Duke or Auburn? Or are you taking the field?
Oh man, that's tough. I guess I'll take the field, but I do think Duke's probably the biggest weapon in the field. But Florida can really play. Houston's intimidating. And then there's a lot of other great teams just below that. So I think percentage-wise, I'm smarter to take the field. But individual matchups, there's probably not going to be a night, if you hear me on a pregame show, where I don't pick Duke until I can see somebody slow them down. We'll see if that changes before the tournament starts. I
used to despise Duke for no reason, and then John Shire took over, and I just love them. And Cooper Flagg, they're a lot of fun to watch. So he is. If you're tired of the usual suspects on bracketology, check out bracketeer.org and Roco Miller. I have a again terrible comedy hour. I have a fart trifecta. It's Tyson Dagenfart, Fart Collins, and Joe Lafarty. So I know it's a terrible joke, but if you need any, I'm sorry. It's I just call them. They all rhyme with fart, so I do that. It's terrible. But anyway, if you're looking for, I guess, a different take on bracketology, Roco Miller at bracketeer.org. I cannot thank you enough for joining us on such short notice and putting up with my terrible sense of humor.
My pleasure, guys. It's always good to be on with you. And yeah, like I center all my work on what I think the committee is talking about, discussing. That's why I do the mock committee. So it's not for show. It's not for opinions. It's just for pure facts and based on, real information, real conversations going on behind the scenes.
It was a pleasure meeting you in Albuquerque too. Thank you. And survive. I know you survived the 4 mock days, but survived this week.
I'll do my best. It won't be a lot of sleep, but we're going to enjoy it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Thank you.
All right. We're not going to go to the commercial break. I wanted to bring in our next guest. You can catch him on Top of the Mountain West podcast. Coach Tom Moser. Coach, how you doing?
I'm good, Ryan. Eric, how we doing, fellas?
Oh, we're hanging in. We're hanging in there. I've been sick, and then I was at the pit on Friday night, and you just lose your voice talking in there anyway. I will start here. I know you watch the Mountain West religiously. Basketball, I think, definitely more than I do. That vibe in that arena, I thought about you for a split second. But can I ask you, just in general, what you thought of this UNM season in general?
Well, I mean, look, to go 17-3 in the Mountain West, you guys know that's not easy. Obviously, it's the first year that the conference is going to 20 games. So, normally in the past 17 wins would get you to 17-1. But, I mean, the league's very good. We know it's probably not as good as last year, but it's still very good. So to go 17-3, that's pretty darn good. I mean, and look at the wins they compiled there. So we all know the backstory where they lose Toppin at the 11th hour. They lose a leader like Jalen House. And so, Patino didn't really have the opportunity to replace Toppin the way he may have if Toppin would have been out the door the minute the season ended. So he needed to fix that. And we all know that Dent's a stud, but I mean, there's other teams with good players too that didn't go 17-3. So I call it like it is with all coaches and all players. I'm critical at times I have been critical at times of Pitino, but he did a masterful job this year. I didn't think their bench was as the strongest in the league, maybe not even top 2 or top 3 in the league. They got spot performances from guys on different nights. Milicevic came into his own towards the end of the season, but they didn't have a superbly deep bench. So for him to navigate some of those games playing like 6 guys, 5.5, 6.5 guys is incredible. They had one blip really at San Jose, but beyond that, I mean, you can't help but be impressed. Look, they beat VCU, who ended up being a very good team. They beat UCLA, who ended up being a very good team. I mean, St. John's is a top 10 team in the country, so there's no shame in them losing that game. And they didn't really have any ebbs and flows. Now, my one thing is that sometimes, as Lobo fans are well aware, there are times against lesser opponents when they're not really engaged and ready to play, and it almost bit them in the butt a couple times this year. I guess it did at San Jose, but a couple other times nearly. But, I mean, if that's your biggest complaint about the coach, then, I mean, you're doing things pretty well. So I would take that.
You and I are in agreement. I think that, and it's not a knock, I think Richard Pitino has done a fantastic job in this another Lobo basketball renaissance. My only critique of him, and I'm not gonna tell him to his face, he sucks, you're a terrible coach. I just think that if all the things like the coaching was, I don't know, sometimes like last year it just bothered me. I thought there were a few times this year. Obviously, the second half adjustments, they just came out and blew some people out of the water. Mm-hmm. The talk around here was, they should be ranked, and then they come out and kind of lay an egg against Wyoming. I mean, you're not a ranked team at that point, and I know that's going to irk a lot of our listeners. But I guess I have to ask you, if you had a player of the year, who would it be? And I'm not even like dissing on Nick Clifford or Degenhart, because I think those two guys are studs. This might be my bit of a homer comment, which I'm really not. I just don't know how you don't give Dent the player of the year, given the team he's on and them winning the title outright.
Yeah, I mean, Dent's going to win it, like barring like a massive Buster Douglas here over Tyson. Clifford is going to finish second. They both had outstanding years. This isn't like, well, one's good and one's not because one wins it and one doesn't. Like, only one guy can win it. Well, I guess technically they could give whatever. But, I mean, look, Dent is going to win. He should be. He's the player of the year. His team won the conference. He's the point guard. I mean, Clifford does so many things, and he plays probably a bit of a better defender than Clifford. Nobody's going to argue. A bit of a better defender than Dent. Nobody's going to argue that. But Dent, the ball is in his hands on every possession. Okay, he plays 95% of the game. The ball's in his hands all the time. And I'm not a big stat guy. Okay, I don't dig through all the metrics like all the cool kids and all the people do these days to see where Ken Pom has these guys ranked or where Bart Torvik has these guys ranked. I don't dig through all that. I can look at the stat sheet and see what numbers are putting up. I watch almost all the games. Ironically, I missed the UNM game on Friday, but I watch every game. So I trust my eyes after years and years of watching millions of games to know what I'm watching. And Dent is a better player this year in conference more consistently. I mean, Clifford put up great numbers, and he had he was almost consistently 18, 6, and 6 at points, but Dent just makes everybody else on the floor around him better. So I mean, it's tough. It stinks that only one guy can win it, and Clifford had a great year, and he's probably not going to win it. But I mean, look, not everything in life is fair. So I mean, he's got a bright future ahead of him, and I think finishing second to Donovan Dent is something that he'll be able to live with down the road.
No, yeah, I think, Eric, I'm just going to read this very quickly because, Tom, I know you probably know this, but Dent, when Frank Mercogliano, the SID, read this to us the other night, even for me, it blew my mind. And I'm not the biggest stats guy, but he is the 14th player in Division I basketball history with 600 points and 200 assists in the regular season only. That just blew my mind. Eric, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Yeah, I remember when Frank read those off, and it was like, wow, you almost had to do a double take on it. But I think, Dent, is clearly the front runner in my opinion too. But that doesn't discredit Nick Clifford either. I mean, you just look at his performance in his most recent game against Boise. He was kind of what did he finish with? 36 or 38 points and completely dominated. And I mean, we just got off with Roco Miller of the Bracketeer, who's pretty plugged in to the network and understanding of how bubble talk works and how teams are getting into the NCAA tournament. And maybe this is a good segue into talking about the two teams that are kind of on the outside looking in within the Mountain West, within Boise and CSU, and maybe them both knowing that they might have to win the Mountain West championship in order to get in. I mean, what's your take there? If you had to pick one of those teams to go into Vegas next week and actually win, who are you taking?
Well, yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but the easy answer is CSU for two reasons. Like, I mean, for one, let's look at Boise. They do not match up well with San Diego State. Now, I mean, anything can happen. You know, people say it's tough to beat a good team 3 times, but San Diego State drilled them twice. The game in Viejas maybe 3 weeks ago was not competitive. They do not match up well with San Diego State. So it's going to be very tough for Boise to win against the Aztecs. And then even if they do that, then they're going to have to win 2 more games against top flight teams, barring an upset somewhere. So right off the bat, advantage CSU. The second thing is CSU gets to play Nevada first, unless they lose to Fresno. And I mean, we've said it for months now, or a couple months, how talented Nevada is. And they have some talented guys, but we also know that they can't put it together. Now, could they come out? It's a 1-game shot. It's in the NBA playoffs. It's a 1-game deal. They could come out and pop and have their best game. But do any of you guys have confidence that Nevada can do that? I don't. And so if you're CSU, you got to like that matchup, you know, and then they'll take their chance against Utah State. I think, and you know, Rocco said it, you got to see what happens around the rest of the country with bid Steelers and some of these other bubble teams and what they're doing over the next few days. But I think if CSU wins these next 2, I think if they would beat Nevada, because that would probably be a quad 2 win, and they beat Utah State, which would be a quad 1 win, if they would lose to New Mexico or San Diego State in the final, I think they got a chance to get in. I really do. I think Boise, they pretty much they took it. They had their chance Friday and they didn't get it done, and I think they're going to regret that. So that's my guess as of now.
What I'm going to, Tom, I don't want to keep you much longer, so I appreciate the time that you stuck out with us tonight. But I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Rocco, the Field or Auburn or Duke?
I always go the Field. I mean, look, Duke, they're both fantastic teams, but we as fans, we get sucked into this every year, fellas, right? There's somebody that's a great team and they're a generational team and they got a generational player and there's no way they're going to lose. And I mean, look, just 2 years ago, Alabama was that team. They had a top 3 pick in the NBA. They were loaded. They were the number 1 seed. And San Diego State took them out in the round of 16. I mean, that was a good San Diego State team, but they weren't like a top 5 team. So teams get upset all the time. I know UConn was much the best last year, and that's fine. But I would always take, you know, the Field in a situation like this. There's a lot of good teams. You got to win 6 games. I mean, really 4 or 5 if you're that good and you don't have to worry about your first round game. But you got to win like 5 games against good teams. I would take the other 20 top teams that have a chance to win some games here against those 2.
We appreciate your time, and I'm going to give you. I'm just looking at the clock, so I appreciate the little time that you were able to join us. But plug your show that you're doing live tonight.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ryan. Steve Ivy and I are going to go on. I think 10 Eastern, 8 your time, 8 Mountain. Just kind of recap a lot of what happened. We've been doing the live stuff after games, but wasn't really any purpose in doing it last night after the games, and so we figured we'd push it to tonight and make it kind of a recap and then a preview of the Conference 20. So a lot of stuff to talk about here going around in the league. And, you know, I didn't even get to talk about New Mexico with you guys. I'm sure you'll cover it, and I'll watch this on replay later. But lots of stuff going on. So anybody watching here, pop in after an hour or 2 and check out our stream. And I'll have a pod out tomorrow also with some thoughts on the upcoming tournament.
Eric, you have anything left?
Yeah. Nope. Thanks, Coach. Always appreciate you coming on. We watch your show too. We'll plug you when we can. And
awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get you on and try to get maybe a preview out and leading into the NCAA tournament, talk about which Mountain West teams made it in, and I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about in the next few weeks. So thanks again.
Sounds good, fellas. Take it easy.
Of course. No, we knew you were on a time constraint, but I could not talk about Mountain West basketball without you, Tom. Thanks a lot, Coach.
Thanks, guys. See you.
All right. We're going to keep this train moving along because I want Eric for this next guest. He's a big proponent. Mackenzie, I didn't text Kurt. I wanted to dedicate this with you on Mackenzie Bishop from 505 Sports Venture Foundation and Abrazo Homes. Mackenzie, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Honored to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Hey, I'm going to start here because you made a comment to me on the floor of the pit after the game. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But when I'm right, I think they're very capable of not only winning the Mountain West regular season, but probably the tournament. I know it's very hard to do. You saw it last year. You get a team that gets hot. I think in my book, the expectations are very high. I'm not expecting, again, a win against UCLA or St. John's. I expect them to dominate the pit again this year. No loss to Air Force. That might have been a lesson learned. I would be quite shocked if they lost. I like to ramble. This year. That's where I'm feeling about this team. I like a lot of things I saw last night. I think UTEP's better. Bracketology means rat shit right now. Whoops. Lenardi. All right. Well, there we go. There's me picking the Lobos to win the Mountain West Conference title on our show.
Better?
Oh, no. When I said UTEP was better, I just meant they were probably better than I thought they were going to be. That's what I meant. But okay. I guess I missed the point. But that's me picking the Lobos to win the regular season title. But you're a big fan, man, and you, you're very invested. I mean, you have to be on cloud nine. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly a roller coaster of emotions to do that on our home floor. And just seeing how much this program means to so many people, myself included, my son, right there next to me. And, he hasn't gotten to see that happen before. And I think for him to experience that and for us to experience that together and more than anything, getting to see a group of guys around this program, from the coaching staff to the players, their families, the people in the administration. There's just a lot of really good people connected with the program right now, and it's just really cool to see all that hard work and all those good vibes pay off. So
I will let Eric ask some questions, but I didn't want to bug Kurt because he was on the golf course in Scottsdale.
I'm sure he's 5 cigars deep today if he's on the golf course.
I'm sure. I hope he has some scotch or some alcohol too. I didn't want to bug him.
Kurt doesn't drink, so.
Oh snap! I didn't know that.
He does not drink.
Good to know. Well, then 2 peas in a pod. he and I. I do. Mackenzie, I think with the one thing is I'm just the straight shooter. I don't go around the street and say, hey, this is my opinion. It's the only opinion that matters. But I think I try to call it as I see it. I'm probably more critical of UNM athletics than I should be. However, I absolutely love Jason Eck. And I'm enthusiastic for Lobo football. I truly, truly am. I want to ask you, we try to give you more time because I want to pick your brain because I'm a bumbling idiot. I don't understand what's going up in Santa Fe. But what I just wanted to ask you, and I know we don't have him on the show, just the job that Kurt did. I mean, he got a round of applause when he cut down the net on Friday night. But I mean, he's done a phenomenal job. I don't know what the question is, but just how can you applaud Kurt? Because Kurt Ross done an amazing job for something that he loves and the UNM basketball team and UNM athletics.
Yeah, that he got to cut down, that he got to participate in cutting down nets, I think was super symbolic and meaningful. I actually asked him. We were at practice a couple days before, and I was like, "Are you gonna climb up? You gonna take the ladder and take the scissors up?" And he's like, "There's no chance I'm doing that. That I'm not doing that." And I was
you
like,
sound exactly like him.
And I was like, "All right, I think you're gonna get your arm twisted." But it was really cool that the department and the program and the coaches and staff had him do that, because I think they obviously understand. They see it every day, but he means everything to the program. We would not have done what we did without him. I can say that unequivocally. He was a trailblazer early. He got us on the right foot out of the gate. He got us started way before anybody else in the conference was doing it. That allowed us to get, a margin ahead of them, and they're trying to catch up. But I think he really was a trailblazer. He was he was an innovator before it was cool, and honestly, before people even thought it was legal. And yeah, I mean, I think a lot of that came down to him. I've said a bunch on social media. Let's not forget about the guy who has personally guaranteed contracts to the players on our team, and that means a lot. I know from a financial standpoint that obviously means a lot, but there are schools, and there's a lot of headlines going around where schools are reneging on their contracts to players, and it's kind of giving a black eye to certain schools. And for a place like New Mexico to have such a sterling and reputation for doing things the right way, standing behind their word and their contracts in the NIL world, has really allowed us to retain amazing players this year. We almost had an absolute dynamic team. We were 48 hours away from having probably a top 10 team, and that's a huge credit to Kurt. So. And even though we don't have a top 10 team, we have a Mountain West Conference regular season championship team. So big hat tip to him, and was really proud that he got to do that.
Sticking with the team, Mackenzie, thanks again for coming on. It's nice to see you.
Likewise.
With Donovan Dent, definitely one of the players that earned that contract, right? And even then some. I want to say that you and I are probably right around the same age, probably fell in love with Lobo basketball at the same age, went to UNM, did that whole thing, and then watched like the 2010 Lobos and just how good they were back then. But I mean, even in the times of that, I don't ever recall the pit erupting with MVP chants with the way they did on Friday night. I mean, what kind of a generational talent is Donovan Dent? And then obviously the elephant question in the room, how do we retain a player like that?
Man, I could go on and talk about Donovan for an hour. I think, especially in this day and age, I think to have a player like him come back, a player of his caliber, be here for 3 years, hopefully 4, for that to happen in today's day and age, I think people in around program, around the city, know how special he is and how special he is to this program. This is truly his team, and we wouldn't be here without him for sure. Obviously the talent is unquestionable. The his ability to finish, I haven't seen really anybody, especially anybody his size, able to finish in traffic with contact, around the rim at different angles and with both hands. I can't think of a player that's a better finisher. I know we always struggle with recency bias, and we always think, oh, this guy's the best ever. And it's like, well, there are certain players. There's been a lot of great players wear cherry and silver. The last guy that kind of had that, that kind of moxie was Kendall Williams. I think there were some MVP chants during his day and age. I mean, he was an incredible player. An incredible dude, super dynamic too. Always had a smile on his face, just an amazing competitor. But I think if from Donnie, off the court is maybe even better than he is on the court. He's an incredible leader. Getting to sit where I get to sit, and obviously getting to see behind the scenes quite a bit. He is so in tune. He's like a coach on the floor. He's so in tune with people's, what's going on for them from a mentality standpoint, from a confidence standpoint throughout the game. You can see him between plays coming over, tapping a guy who's sitting on the bench. I'm like, Donnie, run the play. But he's so concerned about keeping everybody engaged and involved. He's just an incredibly heady player. So smart, knows what to do in the right moment, knows when to take a shot, knows when to pass. And I think, having a pass first player be our best player really is what creates defensive energy and intensity. And that's a big part of why our guys are so engaged for 40 minutes, almost every single night on the defensive end, because they all get to touch the ball and they all get an opportunity to score and to contribute.
Thank you. Well, I got to jump, guys. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Mackenzie, nice to see you. Ryan, take the reins.
I don't want to switch gears fully to, the entire athletic department, but I wanted to ask you about you seem to be in tune when the few conversations I've had with you on the floor at the pit, but what, Maybe I'll start here, and I'm not trying to steer clear away from basketball, but the enthusiasm that Fernando Lobo has had, the enthusiasm that Jason Eck has had, because that can that clearly is transferring over from across the street. And I'm sure that the basketball love can go across the street back to the football stadium. I guess let me backtrack, because I don't think we had you on since Lobo had been hired. What can you speak to Fernando Lobo, and if you've met him, like, I'm really enthused, Mackenzie. I truly am, because I know what kind of commenter I am. But and he's around my age, our age. I like what he's doing.
No, Fernando's been incredible. Nothing short of incredible. To be, not from here, to be young, to have never been the number one guy in a program before, obviously being around amazing programs and really successful high level personalities like Urban Meyer and Conti at the University of Texas. And he was, he did stops with Jacksonville Jaguars and Ohio State. He's seen a lot of different aspects of college sports and also professional sports. He came in, and I think he knew, what I like the most about him, and I, get to talk with him a bunch. He has this sense of humility. Despite being the top guy, he has this sense of humility. He's like, I don't have this figured out. I'm going to ask a lot of questions. There's all these people know what they're doing. They're better at it than me. I think he just has a sense of intellectual curiosity and humility that's really important to be an effective leader. I really believe in that from a leadership standpoint. And, for him to come in and just lean into the challenge that is New Mexico athletics, we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of headwinds. I'm sure we'll talk about some of those, but, he has made more strides in Santa Fe in 3 months, 4 months than we probably made in 10 years. And I mean that, like, wholeheartedly. I've been really critical behind closed doors, but critical in years past of our efforts in Santa Fe not really being cohesive and being ambitious enough. And I really feel like he comes in with a fresh perspective of what's necessary to really compete and compete at the highest level for the University of New Mexico. And I think he's unabashed in asking for what he believes we need to be successful and to be the best in the Mountain West and the best in our region. And so, we have a long way to go, but we're making a ton of headway. And he, the last thing I'll say is on the 505 and on the NIL front, and as we shift to rev share, he has embraced that as a top priority. It's not a, hey, whatever's left, we'll fund we'll fund NIL or we'll fund rev share. It's like, no, we have to pay for that first, because that's what's necessary to be successful. And so we'll see how that evolves. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in the next 90 to 120 days on that front. But I can assure you that Fernando has his eyes on the prize, as well as the entire staff that he has. Those guys, Jalen on down, those guys are rock stars and know what we need to do to be successful and to be at the top. So we are in very good hands.
I appreciate that answer. I'm going to play dumb here, because I don't understand it. I just like history. It's just history of this country and history of sports in this country. But what you talked about a little bit, and I don't even know if I'm going to answer this question right, because I really didn't read what Jeff wrote. And some of it was sent to me, but can you explain to me and our listeners why Jason Eck and Fernando Lobo were in Santa Fe? I hope that's the correct question.
Yeah, so it is a good question. They were actually scheduled, usually every session, both short session, long session, they have a charity basketball game between members of the House and members of the Senate.
I went to one year. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super cool. And they still do it. Billy Gupton, huge Lobo fan, Lobo alum, actually organizes it. So they had it this year, and so they went up and they were actually going to be celebrity coaches of one of the sides. I don't know which side it was. And then there were some folks, I believe from New Mexico State, that were coming up to coach the other side. So really, we've been working with New Mexico State at this, in the session to really try to get some funding. We had a bill put forward by Senator Munoz, as well as Senator Momaestas and Senator Shindo. So we had we're really going up there with a strong ask, but we're doing that in unison and collaboration with New Mexico State. And so this was just the next way to kind of get them in front of folks in a fun, exciting way. the game ended up not happening. Like I don't know if it was weather. Oh, I remember it was that day that it was really windy, and I guess they had power issues at the gym that they were going to play it in. So they canceled it this year, but it would have been really cool. And at the end of the day, they got to go up there and make the rounds and show their faces. So
No, very, very cool. I appreciate that. And again, I will ask you some other basketball questions, because I probably had you on with Jason Eck right after he was immediately hired. And I've mentioned this a lot on this show, and I'm going to tell you over, on record here, which other people have heard me say. I mean, I was a diehard New York Football Giants fan, but 20 years ago, 21, 22 years ago, my friend Mike Matas and my friend Stephen Pina, we sat behind the bench at University Stadium behind the Lobo bench.
Yep.
I think Curtis Pino was on the team. Probably a couple guys you met, Conrad Bokic. I don't know, but I know you know Curtis Pino. And I love seeing Paul Ortiz and Curtis Pino because we're all, St. Pius guys. But anyway, I turned out all right, going to 13 years
so
of Catholic school.
they're doing okay too.
They're doing much better than I am. But anyway, that's what a media degree will get you these days. But I lived and died with Lobo football, man. I really did. I still think, for my money, when Rocky beat Urban Meyer in Salt Lake in 2003, when they were like 25th in the country, I was there. And I'm telling you that because I was a diehard Giants fan. I was probably a bigger Lobo fan. You probably know my run-in with Loxley. I didn't think Davey was a good hire. I liked what I saw last year. Ben Weisong comes on our show. I love Luke Weisong. I'm trying to look for affirmation here, maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
I just thought that Bronco was a weird hire. But anyway, I've said that on this show. I am so enthusiastic about Jason Eck, and we had Jackson Eck on the show the other night. I've fallen in love. I'm absolutely happy how he has embraced everything. Can you just talk about him and what energy he's bringing? And I'm sure you've got to love seeing him walking around the pit and going to the student section.
Well, I know for a fact that when Fernando and they had a crew that went around, and Kurt was in that crew. I think they're okay with me saying this. They were
I said
out
it on the show because Kurt told me.
They were out on a road trip, interviewing all the different coaching candidates, and there were a handful of them. And it was like early on that Fern was like, X the guy. Like, that's the guy. We need his energy. He just knew. And now I see what we're all seeing what he saw. His energy is infectious. While I really liked the Bronco hire because I think what he brought back to University Stadium was belief at the bottom. And I think Eck is a perfect complement to come in right after him because he just takes that belief and brings in a new level of enthusiasm that Lobo football just hasn't had in a very long time. And maybe ever. I mean, even those Rocky years, we had an enthusiasm gap. We were winning a lot of games, but I think where Rocky really struggled is he struggled to continue to maintain and create that enthusiasm, even despite the success. And, I think Eck he's embraced the challenge. Obviously, he's coming from an environment where the resources he had there is nothing like he has here. So he just sees this as the most amazing thing ever. He doesn't know what he's missing. And, at the P4 FCS level or FBS level. So, he's coming in excited. His energy is obviously infectious. He's bringing in some amazing guys and some amazing talent. And I know just the energy with the staff. I have no doubt, this year I think is going to be challenging with just the transition, and the schedule is really tough the way it lines up. But I am really optimistic about the future. I think Coach Eck's going to be the guy who takes us to the next level and takes us to the top of the Mountain West.
I think he's, I did the same thing. I looked at the schedule and I was like, all right, it's 1 year, because I think it's to go to Ann Arbor, to go to Pasadena, to go to Boise, go to UNLV.
It's tough.
It's tough, man. Yeah. But if they can figure out how to win, I think if they can figure out 4 or 5 in that, I mean, I'd be ecstatic. I really would. And then obviously I think everybody's got the Utah State game circled. Okay. Sorry about that.
If we don't get 30,000 fans for that game, I'm going to be really disappointed. I said that last year, and then we'd get 16. So it's going to take time. And this town is fickle, but I think X enthusiasm and excitement and getting out there and selling the brand. I see, there's so many folks who are saying, I'm getting tickets for the first time. It's an amazing deal. It's like it's like $12 a game,
Yeah.
to get season tickets for football. And even if you can't go to every single game, it's like, come on, guys. Like, right now, football season tickets, if there was one way besides 505, if there's one way that people can get something for their money and really move the needle for Lobo athletics, it's football tickets. Buy football season tickets. That's my, like, if there's one takeaway, do that.
I know I've got a couple of friends that are like, I love X, so we're buying tickets right now, and when it's at that price, I mean, that's like a bargain.
It's
It's almost
crazy.
like you're giving them away.
And there aren't
Uh,
bad seats in the stadium. Like every seat is a good seat. Because it's wild.
no, it's we had this guy from the college football tour on. We had him on before the season started, and he was down to like 10 stadiums he needed to go to, and it was Montana State. He was
Oh
basically,
man.
yeah, well, but I saw him in the press box, and he was like, "We love this stadium. It's like old and quaint." And
Yep.
I looked at him, and I was like, I looked at the stadium, and I was like, he's not wrong there. I just and Jeff Symbieta said it, and I'm not trying to steal his thunder. You need a reason for people to go to that game. There's a reason you go to the pit. You just need, I
Yep.
think you need a reason to go to the football game. That
100%.
switch. I appreciate that answer, Mackenzie. Joined from Mackenzie Bishop from 505 Sports Venture Foundation at Brazo Homes. I'm going to ask you about switching back gears to basketball. And I want to hear your answer on this because I want you to appreciate what I'm about to say. And I'm not trying to be that, the devil's advocate like I always am. I get that winning the regular season title outright is a step. I would love to see them win this week because then you're undisputed and you can tell the rest of the conference, you can flip them the bird. I'm getting very weary, and I know that the bracketologists aren't always right. Say that 3 times fast. That 8-9 seed scares the living hell out of me. I would think that if they are able to be conference tournament champions and outright champion, I think that's a major, this is coming out of my mouth, a major slap in the face. I at least honor them. Maybe they give them a 6, 5, 7 seed. My question to you with that long incoherent, I hope you love Barry Matheson, that long incoherent ramble. We're all now dumber. And you've seen it. We've seen them win Mountain West Conference championships. We've seen them regular season, the tournament. Last year was cool as hell. I am just at the point of somebody who's been around this program where, okay, the Mountain West is cool. And obviously I know you need it to get into the tournament. And I think this renaissance that Patino has done, I think he has done building everything. He's done a fantastic job. But I'm going to ask you, do you feel like it's all for naught if they just don't advance in the tournament? Because and I kind of said it in that thing I said in October, I think getting to the Sweet 16 or the Elite 8 would probably be like this town, like a nuclear bomb would go off. I don't know how you feel about that. That's just my point, or just kind of how I feel as an alumni. I would love to see them advance in the tournament. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, how amazing that you get to pick and choose and think about how cool it would be that, do we want to be champs or do we want to get to the Sweet 16? Let's get to choose, right? So, first of all, just I think we need to take stock and be really thankful and count our blessings that we are where we are and we get to be having this conversation. Um, I will say, I was talking with my son about it, and he's very he he talks about basketball like he's 25 or 30, not like he's 12. But I was like, okay, so here's what I want you to choose. If you had to choose between a regular season championship, and I was asking him this earlier this week, we were actually listening to Tom Moser's podcast, and he always wants to listen to it on the way to school. And I paused it and I said, would you rather have a regular season championship or go to the Sweet 16? And he's like, Dad, come on, Sweet 16 for sure. I was like, okay, I get that. I buy that. And I was like, would you rather go to the Sweet 16 or win a game and just one game in the NCAA tournament? Or would you rather win the championship, or would you want to win one game and advance to the round of 32? And he's like, if I had to choose, probably regular season champion. And I think that there's a lot of wisdom in that. I think, our challenge here is it's been over 10 years since we got to be regular season champs, be the best, truly, head and shoulders above everybody else, not share the title, not get hot and win 4 in 4 days. It was, hey, over the course of the season, especially with a 20-game season, we were unquestionably the best program in the Mountain West in basketball. And I think that takes a ton of effort, focus, consistency to be able to say that and to be able to do that. To only lose 3 games in this Mountain West with these road venues, and pretty dang good coaches at most of these places. I mean, you see these teams that go through the second time they play them, it's really hard to win. It's really hard to beat a team twice in this conference because the coaches just know each other so well. They make those adjustments. So I think it means a lot to win the regular season championship. That's the one I really wanted. To me, for this year, I feel like we're building a program. For me, it's all house money at this point. I really want to get a win on Thursday. Um, Friday, I think it actually might be better for us in the NCAA tournament. If we can't get up to a 7 seed, it might be better for us to lose, just to get a little extra rest because these guys are really, they've played a lot of minutes this year to get here. So, but I hate to say that because I want to win every game, and I do think that if we could get out of that 8-9 game, that 8-9 game is a nasty, nasty. There's some amazing 8s and some amazing 9s. I'm like, there are some absolute blue blood programs that are projected to be in that 8-9 line. And then you look at the ones this year and Duke, Auburn. I mean, Auburn just lost to Alabama. Alabama could be up there. I mean, there are some in Florida, man. They're knocking people off wherever they play them. There are some absolute stud ones, but there's some really good twos too. So, my son, he's like, "Oh, I'd rather play this team. I'd rather play this team." I'm like, "Dude, in March, you got to beat good teams." And sometimes it comes down to matchups. Matchups is more important in March Madness than seeds. And so, we just have to hope for a good matchup. We have to hope for a team that we can play with and that, doesn't expose our weaknesses because we still have them for sure, but we have a lot of strengths too, and we have some incredible players.
I appreciate that answer because I sound like an expletive, a word that starts with the letter D when I'm like, well, I'd rather see him win in the tournament. I really do because I think and I was having this conversation with Drew Herrick and he called me a dumbass, but um, I was
I mean,
thinking about
I do too. Like,
uh,
I think that's the next step for us, right? Is
yeah,
we took this step. It'd be amazing to take that next step this year. But we've built a ton of momentum, so I don't think it takes anything away from this year, but it would certainly just be the absolute cherry on top.
I totally agree with you. And you know what I was doing? It was I was just mentioning to I forgot who I was mentioning this to in text yesterday, but I said I guess because I like history and I like the history of sports in this country. I was thinking of how many times can I say that tonight? I thought about 2013 Wichita State. I don't think they won the Missouri Valley Conference. They get to the Final Four. VCU and Butler in 2011. Then Butler played for a title in 2010. Nobody knew where St. Peter's was except for me because I used to take the train near it by Jersey City, the New York, New Jersey path. And then who else was I thinking about? I think Ohio in 2021. And then you've had Gonzaga with what Mark, I don't even know if they're a mid-major anymore. I think that was my point. Like people remember those teams. Like if you love
Right.
college basketball, that's where I was going with that. Mackenzie, I don't want to keep you much longer, but what are your predictions this week? I know you're going to be in Vegas.
Yeah, I think whoever we get out of that 8-9 game is going to be tough to beat. I mean, of the teams in, in the bottom 5 of the standings, it's like, oh, we have to play one of those two guys. I kind of hope. I kind of hope San Jose, just because they have some real depth issues right now. I kind of hope they squeak by Wyoming and then run into us a little bit rested. It'd be nice to get up in that first round game. Just if I could wave a magic wand, 12, 15 points and rest some guys. I do love that we play early. I think that's a huge, huge advantage. To get a full day of rest where a lot of teams will only have 18 hours of rest. So yeah, I think we're going to get through that first round game. I think, that Boise San Diego State game is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Those guys are going to go hard after each other. So it's going to be uh, real interesting to see who gets through that and what's left. I mean, you could argue Boise just kind of mails it in. But I mean, those guys have been playing until Colorado State ran into the Colorado State buzzsaw. They've been playing as good as anybody. So, it could go either way. I think if we get past that game, I think we could totally win the whole thing.
Well, I hope you enjoy Vegas this week. And I want to thank you for joining me tonight and talking with me, and I'm glad Eric was able to join. But Mackenzie, just your time and everything you do with even I know that 505 Sports Venture Foundation, and I'll shout out Kurt Roth again. But I can't thank you enough for always joining and making time for the show. I really do appreciate that.
It's my pleasure, Ryan. Give my best to all the rest of the dudes, and hope to see you guys in Vegas. And if you guys are out there who are watching us, don't be a stranger. Come by and say hi.
I am skipping out on Vegas. I canceled my flight because I'm a wimp. I had this lung virus. But I've covered Mountain West tournament. So my thing is, wherever they are next week, I'm going to go to the NCAA tournament.
Boy, I like it.
Yep. All right. Hey, man, thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday night.
Go Lobos.
All right. That was Mackenzie Bishop from 505 Sports Venture Foundation. I'm going to say it again. I really appreciate his time. When I come back, when the show returns, Ed Nunez will be joining me, get his thoughts very quickly. And then Brandon Ortega, I need to take a commercial break. Little boy's room is calling me. I'll be very candid about that. Ed, I'll be right back with you. This is the Pit Press Live. We're going to keep this mega cast rolling. For all of those watching YouTube, Twitter, appreciate it. And I'll get to some comments. But we're going to keep this thing rolling. Obviously, a lot to talk about because of your 2025 Mountain West Conference regular season outright champion, New Mexico Lobos. We'll be right back with the Pit Press Live.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
Welcome back to the Pit Press Live. Appreciate Roco Miller, Tom Moser, Mackenzie Bishop coming up in roughly 10 minutes. Brandon Ortega at 7:30, Phil McDonald, George Scott, JJ Buck at 8:15, and Nick Coppola at 8:40. Keeping this train running. Want to thank all of our guests, and I'm just going to thank our sponsors again for making this possible. Dulce River Bakery and Coffee, Affordable Solar, Turquoise Desert Tap Room. This is the Hydro Bar live stream. Thanks to Tim Baca Sr. and Tim Baca Jr. And Affordable Service, Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning. Reach out to them if you're changing your swamp cooler here in the next few weeks. I'm going to go over to the voice of the Western New Mexico Mustangs and a Lobo fan since 1970, Mr. Ed Nunez. Ed, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Got that little part of Mackenzie. Talking about the upcoming Mountain West Conference tournament in Las Vegas, and it's always the Lobos won it last year, and they're the Mountain West regular season champions. And some of the things he said about resting, and I may have disagreed with some of that, but I think it's time to celebrate the Lobos' success and their first regular season title since 2013. I know sometimes we've been critical on this Pit Press podcast or when we've been live or whatever. But I'm really, really happy that they won the championship, and they deserve all the praise that we can give them tonight. And you've had great guests, and you're going to have some more. But as a Lobo fan, as you mentioned, since 1970, I couldn't be more thrilled.
Well, that's what I was going to get your opinion on before Brandon Ortega joins us here in about 10 minutes. We just delve straight into Rocco and then Tom and then Mackenzie. I mentioned it to kick off the hour, and that I know you weren't there. It was kind of a game I wish you were there for. The place was electric. Like, I got there at 7:40. I was trying to get there earlier, but I got a haircut and then I ate because if I didn't eat, I was going to die. So I did the true New Mexican thing and got there late. But I at that point, I didn't care that night, especially the virus that I'd been fighting. The pit was probably the last place I needed to be because it was really the only place I've been in 2 weeks other than the doctor's office and Walmart, neighborhood Walmart. I just thought, even as I walked down the ramp, you just knew there was an energy. I went and said hi to a lot of people, and you were just walking around the arena and the concourse, and it just felt like a March game, and it felt like almost a coronation. UNLV showed up. I thought UNLV played very well. Kevin Kruger's probably coaching for his job. And then just down the stretch, I mean, UNM took over in that 81-67 win, or 69. I don't have Beavis and Butthead queued up, but anyway, I don't know. There was just a feeling in that arena, and I know, I'm the most critical of the panel, or the usual suspects, or the gang, because my track history. But man, as much as I love college football and as much as I love college basketball, there's only a handful of arenas in this country that do what the pit does. It's true. And the energy in there was electric. And when they kind of started to pull away from the Running Rebels there at the end, I think the inevitable was known. And you just knew that they were out. I've never said the word outright more than I have in the last week. I think it's quite an accomplishment as we sit here on March 9th for them to be outright champions and go 17-3 in the first year with 20 regular season games in the Mountain West Conference. I've been critical of Richard Pitino's coaching in the past. I think he's a phenomenal program builder. I think this might be his best coaching job in the 4 years he's been here. You can say what you want, the 4 days in Vegas down the stretch last year. But I don't know. I think it was a phenomenal job. I couldn't have seen them winning outright, really. I mean, I know I picked them. But I think going to Vegas in the conference media days, and I'm got to throw out kudos to Lee Faria. I think he really kind of changed my perspective. And, the way I watched the season with San Diego State not being as strong, I don't think Boise was what they were. Jared Calhoun's done a great job at USU, and Nico Medved is, I think, an underrated head coach. And I know he got a lot of recognition 3 years ago and then 2 years ago. I don't know. It's a phenomenal job to the coaching staff at UNM. And I mean that, and again, from somebody who's critical, but I can't praise I was glad I got kicked out of my house to go to that. I'm glad I kicked myself out of my house to go see that game on Friday night, because the atmosphere was just electric. And finally, Ed, somebody did something right in New Mexico for once. The confetti was a nice touch. Everything at the end, cutting down the nets, was a nice touch. It was really cool. I'm sure this will go down as one of the best Lobo teams ever. I still think they have a lot of work to do because it's March 9th. But Ed, I always mention you're the Lobo fan since 1970. What are your thoughts on what happened Friday night?
You mentioned that. I thought they'd take care of business. We had a show, and I thought they'd win by 7 to 10 points. They won by 14. So I thought they would take care of business because they've been locked in all year. The message has been the same. We want to win a Mountain West Conference title, whether it was C.J. Nolan, Donovan Dent, or Nelly Jr. Joseph, or Mustafa Amzil at the at the podium after the game. They said the same thing. They're locked in. Richard Pitino, give him credit. He said last year after the first round tournament loss to Clemson, we need to get longer. We need to get stronger. They did. They brought Borovichinen in. They got a little bit taller at the guard position. C.J. Nolan, a former running back, some length and strength they brought in. So check that box. Some big time wins against UCLA and VCU. the only home loss to New Mexico State, which was painful as a Lobo fan to lose to them. They rolled, man. They rolled all year long. They really did. 2 losses at the end of the year to Utah State and San Diego State on the road, which kind of made people question things a little bit. But a big win again at the pit. Patino, 20 wins 3 years in a row. Nelly Jr. Joseph, 15 rebound games. He leads the way there with 8 of those in Lobo history. I think he tied. No, he's in first. Louis Lamar in second. He might have tied Bill Hagens, who the center from the 70s. So the Donovan Dent, the Mountain West Conference, the only one to average 20 points and 6 assists. And Jeff Grammer made a point to say this is a conference that had Jimmer Fredette, Danny Granger, Kendall Williams, Kawhi Leonard. He's the only one to average 20 and 6. So I think that tells you a lot. Dent, the only second Lobo ever to have 600 points and 200 assists, the other one being the late Kelvin Scarborough. So I think everything that we thought on Friday, they deserved it. They deserved it. Yes, we've been critical. Sometimes I've been critical, but it was an enjoyable experience. We don't get to experience it that much. The last time was 2013. So the Mountain West Conference tournament, I may disagree with McKenzie a little bit. I know they played a lot of games. They're again, though, remember, they're not going to get any respect from the committee. The committee has no respect for UNM. They have to earn it themselves. They've given them a 3 seed against Harvard. They lost. They haven't had any tournament success. They haven't won a first-round game since when? It's been a long time. So I would say go finish the job. It's a lot to ask. I understand that. There's other teams that need to win more and get in the tournament. They're on the bubble. Go finish it, man. You said, you're the best team in the conference. There's no doubt that they're the best team. They had a couple of faux pas you mentioned against Boise State and Utah and San Diego State on the road. They beat Utah State twice. I think they're the best team in the conference. Go finish it off. And I think that's the mentality they have. I don't think they have a step saying that, hey, we're good. So I think this is a team that's had a goal in mind, and they finished it on Friday. And it was great to see Coach Patino cutting those nets down. It really was.
I think I'll ask this question to you, Ed, when we're done with Brandon, because I wanted to give you some more time to dwell on the season and where we're at this point. But I'll ask you this before. Well, I'll bring on Brandon Ortega now that he joined. You can catch him on Lobo's Live with Kenny. I lost my train of thought there too, because getting sick has sucked. But you can catch him on Lobo's Live after every show. Lobo's Live with Kenny Thomas. His name is Brandon Ortega. Brandon, how you doing?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Thanks for joining us on such short notice.
No big deal, man. Just got my son in the shower, had some dinner. Nice little Sunday. What are we at? 6:30 already? Yeah. Daylight savings. I hate it.
No, I was just about to say daylight savings.
Yeah.
Has kicked my ass
today, man. Yeah, it's
well, I slept like crap on Friday night because I was at the game. And then we came back and, Eric did a good job with all of our media stuff. And then I wrote, not the longest, I didn't write a dissertation, but I was up to like 1:30, then I crawled into bed and I was rolling around till 3:30. And I was like, this is the worst.
Last night?
No, Friday night. And I was like, this is the worst night to do this because springing forward. And then I had to be up to go to the optometrist on Saturday morning. So I don't know. It was just one of those things. But Brandon, I'm going to start with this and then I'll get into how you hosted that show. And you're obviously sitting next to maybe the greatest basketball player in the history of UNM basketball. But I want your thoughts. How long have you been doing this? 2 years now, right? On Lobo's Live?
Yeah. We joined mid-season last year for Lobo's Live with Kenny Thomas, right when conference started. I guess you could call that midway, right? More, yeah, about.
Yeah, about.
Yeah, almost. And we began during conference play, at the beginning of conference play, and obviously got to go through the Mountain West tournament. Unfortunately, we didn't get to do a show for the NCAA tournament because there was a prior remote deal for Cumulus. They couldn't do the show. But I just checked literally the other day. So if and when they go to the NCAA tournament, we will do the first round and, obviously take it, game by game at that point. So yeah, mid-season last year, this is the first full season. And me and Kenny kind of reflect on that almost on a weekly basis, how much fun it's been. And I don't know, just what we kind of see for the show moving forward. It's been really cool.
Well, I'm going to start here. I know you're not from Albuquerque. You've been how long? I know KOB. How long have you been in Albuquerque?
Literally in a couple weeks, it'll be 7 years.
Okay, 7 years. Okay,
Yeah.
so I think probably the last year, so maybe calendar year. This is what Lobo basketball I think is really all about. So you get to see it if you've heard stories covering it with KOB. But I want to know what your thoughts are on this team this year.
It's been really fun. Donovan Dent, obviously, for me, it's where it starts. And I remember when he came here as a freshman, obviously as a Mr. Basketball out of California. And that to me was a head scratcher. How on earth did Richard Pitino land Mr. Basketball out of California? And that's because no one else was really recruiting him out of California, which is nuts. I mean, especially you talk about UCLA, USC, Cal, Stanford. There's several schools in California that should have been recruiting him hard. And apparently no one in California was recruiting him as hard as New Mexico was, at least to the point where he felt, oh man, like, they really want me. So it starts with Donovan Dent. He's special. I've got the sense from him from the day he started here that he was a true point guard in the sense of like court vision, unselfishness, and just, I don't know. I'm a big point guard guy. I was a point guard growing up, still am when I can get my old butt on the pickup courts. He just carries himself like a point guard, and boy, has he developed these last 3 years, and now will be the Mountain West Player of the Year. So to me, it starts with him. That's been a blast to watch him have this season. Nelly Jr. Joseph. People tease Kenny all the time how hard he is when he talks about Nelly Jr. Joseph. He expects so much from him, and what a final game for him at the pit that was unreal. And you can tell from the beginning he was on it from the beginning. It's a team that just has all the right pieces, and even in a different way than they did last year. They had 3 small guards in the starting lineup last year and overcame that to win the Mountain West tournament. This is just, I felt like from the first few weeks or so, and when they beat UCLA, probably from that point on, I looked at them, okay, they've got just more balance from 1 to 7 than they did last year, and can play in a different way than they did last year. So yeah, to cut myself off, because I can go forever. It's been fun, man. And we'll see what they can do in Vegas, and we'll see what they do in the big dance.
I'm just going to switch gears for a little bit, because I thought somebody called in drunk, I think, and that's what I missed about
about every game.
Yeah, well, that's what I missed about Scott Stigler hosting. If you know Scott, he used to host post-game shows for football during the Rocky Long era, and people would call in like, I don't know, drunk or high on meth, and be like, this is a national championship team and it was the best. And Scott was like, I don't know what you're talking about. So I think that's, on a side note and joking, I think that's why I'm glad you do what you do. I don't often listen. When I'm at the pit, I do throw it on my way home. But somebody called in and said, I don't know why anybody would do that. Somebody called in and said Nelly Jr. Joseph was better than Kenny. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, because, and it's not disrespecting Nelly Jr. Joseph. It's just Kenny's bar is like right here. And I just wanted to ask you about that, because I thought it was hilarious.
Well, that would have been like, someone in the 2000s saying that any other center in the league was better than Shaq. Like there's a certain level of players, right? And Nelly's a good player, and at times he's been a great player. But Kenny, and I'm not just saying this because I know Kenny now and I do a show with him, just go back and look at the records and the stats and go watch his film. Kenny's an all-time great. I don't think anyone sober and that watches all the games can look at Nelly and be like, yeah, Nelly's an all-time great Lobo. But look, the season's not over yet. And if Nelly can help them get to the heights where, and I've been, like we talked about, I've been here for 7 years. I've heard fans say, God, I want a 16 run. I want this. I want that. If Nelly can help them go that far, he'll deserve to be in different kinds of conversations than I think he's done enough to this point to be in certain conversations. So yeah, that I bit my tongue really, really hard. And then Jeff Symbieta ended up calling later in that show and had a good laugh about it. But yeah, you know, everyone's entitled. We want everyone to say whatever they want, as long as it's not cursing. We've had a couple of cursings. So we press the button. That's been entertaining. We want to hear what everyone has to say, no matter how crazy or how boring sometimes it could be. Sometimes people are a little scared to talk to Kenny because he's that big of a deal to Lobo fans. But no, that's what it's all about. You know, bring your opinions, bring your takes.
And again, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. It was just like so funny I don't know. It was just so funny to hear because somebody texted me. They were like, somebody called into the show and said Nelly Jr. Joseph was better than Kenny. And again, it's not here nor there. And they played in Jiffrey. You can go down that road. I just thought it was funny. Ed wanted to chime in on this.
You know, it's kind of funny, Brandon, because Kenny and I text back and forth, and he actually texted me that, and he said somebody had actually said that, and you know, he took it the way it was. It's a show; people are going to have opinions, but you know, we had Lamont Long on, and we'll get that Lobo Legend series out. And one of the things about that team, you know, Brandon, in fairness to you, you weren't here to see it.
No,
it went through him. The ball went through him. Yeah. You know, and so Donovan Dent. The Lobos had a good point guard then to David Gibson. He's not anywhere, you know, good. Gibson was a good player. Donovan Dent is great. Arguably, and we can make a case here later, my son keeps asking me, is he the best Lobo point guard? And they had several of them. You know, in the degree of difficulties, the shots he makes, unbelievable. The one he made on Friday. But I think to your point about him being that pure point guard, he's also a scoring point guard, but he hits you. He knows when you're open, hits you right in your spot, in your shooting spot, and gets you the ball in the best places for you. Now, all fairness to Nelly, he's had a great year. There's no doubt about it. If he's able now, the team goes through Donovan. That's period. That's period. So again, Nelly's a good player. I'm not saying he's window dressing. He's not. But when I'm thinking about greats here, big men, you know, Kenny, Ira Harge, Bell Daniels, Luke Longley, Greg Stretch Howard, way back in the day. There's been some great bigs here. Great bigs. Is he on the second tier of that, on the cusp of, you know, maybe breaking in to some of the three of those guys? Ira Harge played the ABA. Mel Daniels, most valuable player in the ABA. Greg Stretch Howard drafted in the first round. Luke Longley, a three-time NBA winner, first-round draft choice. Kenny, we know what kind of career he had. So, yes, Nelly is very, very good. Is he better than Kenny? Again, you know, people are going to call in and say stuff like that. No, he's not. But that doesn't mean he's not great or good. He's very good. But Kenny...
You got to have a 12-pack and a fifth before you call.
Yeah. Again, this is not fans are going to think things. They're going to think things for sure.
That was, I think, after the UNLV game in Vegas. I think that if I'm not mistaken, that fan called and he had an amazing game. I think his stats were, I think he even had even more rebounds than
22 and 18. 22 and 18. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, it was one of those games he played so well that we had a couple of fans and we have that happen every game, whether it's a win or a loss. And they didn't have that many losses this year, but when the losses happened, boy, they would go from, you know, ooh, Sweet 16, Nelly's better than Kenny, to, oh my God, they're not even going to make the NCAA tournament. You know? So it comes with the territory.
Yeah.
Ed, I don't know if you had a question for Brandon. I know you were going down the big.
Yeah, you know, Brandon, I've listened, to the show as it's evolved. And you mentioned Kenny's larger than life, man. I was at a meeting with him about 2 months ago, and he walked into the Barella's coffee shop. And he must have been stopped on the way in. We were meeting in the back, and he must have been stopped by about, 10 or 15 people, just, shaking his hand. You mentioned that I think Kurt Ross said this, 71-3 here.
Yeah.
He was at the pit. So you look at that record and you're like, hey, man. And Kurt Ross said to him, he's the greatest Lobo that played here. You make your case about Coop was here 2 years. Michael Cooper was only here 2 years out of a junior college. So, people might make a case for him. What's been the thing about working with Kenny that's been the most fun? Because the guy is a gregarious, outgoing individual, man. What's the thing that has surprised you most about Kenny?
I got to be honest, before we did the show, I didn't know him super, super well. We would cross paths while I was at KOB, exchange phone numbers. And I was the type of person when I was working in TV that I really tried hard to build as many good relationships as I could with people. And the few interactions me and Kenny had, I always felt were very sincere. We would even talk in between times where he would appear on the shows. And we'd have stories. I sometimes would call him to ask questions about certain things and pick his brain. And Kenny's really working hard still at his age. It's been a long time now since he's played in the NBA, and he's still making good money because he's working hard at all the businesses he's involved in and the stuff that he owns and the golf tournaments and the stuff he does to bring back to the community. I'm sure people know, but I don't think there's enough people out there that know how much he gives back and how much he does to support youth sports. And yeah, I could go on about how highly I look at him and how hard he works. He definitely does, but he's fun to work with too. He cracks me up almost every night. He's bringing in gummy lifesavers, gummy bears. He's got his M&Ms. Sometimes we go on late and we need some sugar boosts. We need a little something to keep us up. I don't know, there's fun quirks about him I could talk about. But just overall, he's an amazing dude, and he's doing a lot for New Mexico, even since the 90s. It's been a long time since he was a Lobo, playing for the Lobos, but he bleeds cherry and silver, and it hurts him when Lobo sports isn't doing well, especially men's basketball. And it's been a lot of fun to watch games with him and just talk about life with him. And yeah, it's been really cool.
Just one more question, Brandon. Ryan, I'll throw it right back to you. But you've also had ex-Lobos call in, and I think the other night you had Michael Cooper on as a guest. Tell us how that went.
Yeah, it's the second time we had him on. Coop came on the very, very first show we ever did. And for those that don't know, you might be able to see some stuff on the walls. In fact, there's a Kobe Shaq thing right there signed by Magic Johnson. There's a UCLA thing here. I'm a LA native, born and raised, went to Cal State, Los Angeles, where Coop actually coaches now, which trips me out. I got to play basketball where he now coaches, and he told some stories about the history of Cal State LA and the connections it has to former Lakers and current Lakers and stuff. That was cool. I was trying to be cool about it because I was freaking out a little bit, because how can you not sometimes when you get to meet the people that we do from time to time, your Michael Coopers and who knows who else I'm going to get to interview because of Kenny being on the show. I thought I had a lot of phone numbers in my cell phone. He's probably got 10,000, I don't know, more phone numbers in his phone. He knows a lot of people. And yeah, that was a really, really fun moment. And I made sure to I asked our producer to save that clip for me so I could share it with my dad. Yeah, I've been in sports broadcasting for upwards of 20 years now. And a lot of things don't freak me out and don't feel like a big deal. But when you get to talk to Michael Cooper, that was really cool.
That's a really great answer. No, we appreciate that. I've been starstruck once, and it was Tony Gwynn. So I feel you there. Yeah, I saw Tony Gwynn. I always mention on the show, I saw Tony Gwynn hit a walk-off home run in 1996 against the Cardinals, Qualcomm Stadium. And I'm the Mets fan, but I still love the Padres, and I love those late 90s.
Yeah, if you're a baseball fan, yeah, Tony Gwynn.
It's the best. I know you're a SoCal guy, you're a Los Angeles guy. And obviously the precedence there is UCLA, but I think now, you were at KOB through the pandemic, and I think the Paul Weir years.
Yeah.
And I know I've already mentioned that now with Patino. Does the pit shock you at all now that it's bumping? Is it cool? What do you compare it to? I don't know. The open-ended question.
Well, I got to go to Pauley Pavilion when UCLA won the national championship in 95. Now, mind you, I was only 9 years old when those games were happening, but I do remember a lot. My family, my father is family friends with Charles and Ed O'Bannon. So I have really, really amazing college basketball memories growing up. And I know a lot of people say it, and I'm going to agree with what you were talking about earlier, Ryan. The pit deserves to be among the conversation nationally as one of the best college basketball arenas. It really does, because of the fans. The arena is cool, being underground and that part of it is special. And there's so much cool history about it, but it's really the fans. The fan base has been dying for this kind of team, for that, like you can include last year's team now being in, in this run that they're on. I mean, the even when during the Paul years where the record wasn't as good, and obviously the success didn't happen, I still thought the fans were awesome, and the crowds were awesome. And remember they beat Nevada, who was ranked top 10 during those years, and that was about a sellout, and they rushed the court. I saw some really cool things happen during the Paul Weir years, but it's definitely been next level under Pitino, and the success has been amazing. And yeah, when they're winning at the level they're winning now, that place is hard to mess with compared to other arenas. One of my best friends, Mike Scow, who I worked with in Abilene, was just at Kansas, their arena, skipping my head.
Allen Fieldhouse.
And he's just geeking out about it. I think that there's only very few places you can off the top of your head, okay, this place is maybe above the pit. There's very, very few, maybe a couple, 2 or 3, maybe off the top of my head. Duke, North Carolina, maybe. But there's not a lot. And yeah, the pit I remember on my interview with Lee Faria, he took me to the pit, and you felt an energy about it, even though it was empty. It was, I want to say, when I was interviewing, they were in conference play, and they were on the road that night, and I walked into an empty pit, and I felt something just walking into it empty. So yeah, the pit is awesome, and I'm a little jealous I wasn't there Friday, but we had a lot going on that night. I get to call state basketball games like Ed is doing with ProView now, and I was at a game that night, and came home and took a break to watch the UNLV game. But I've been there for some cool stuff, and yeah, we'll see what the future holds with how things shake out next year and beyond.
What do you make of and I'm sorry, I probably had myself on mute. I said Allen Fieldhouse. Hope you heard that correctly. But what have you made of Coach Richard Pitino? Because I think you have been able to meet him. I think he's definitely up there as the most charismatic coaches I've dealt with in my journalism career. I know Will Weber said on our show, he thinks he's one of the best coaches he's ever covered. But what do you make of Richard Pitino? I mean, I've been critical of his coaching, and it's not a knock. But I think as a program builder, I'm saying this again on this episode, I think as a program builder, he's phenomenal. But what have you made of him?
The 2 words that come to mind are funny. He's extremely funny. He's always joking around at press conferences before, during, and after, and sincere. I really do think he's a sincere guy. I've got to see him when cameras aren't around, and when at the office. And I had a funny memory with him last year when the team arrived at Sunport after winning in Vegas. It was a zoo. It was just like, it was like watching a band come into, on tour, and all the groupies are waiting, all the fans are waiting. Couple, 200-300 people were waiting as they came down the escalator, and Pitino got, there was a bunch after coming off the second escalator. There was so many people surrounding him, and Jack, his son, was with him, and Jack was just kind of standing there with Coach, just, so distracted. And Jack had kind of known me because I did a mic'd up with him last season. I told Jack, hey, Jack, just come hang with me. Just stand right here. Like, we'll wait for your dad to be done. And he turned around, like, not knowing where Jack was for a split second, and was kind of freaking out. And then he saw me with Jack, and he was just like, oh my God, thank you, dude. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much. Like, that was a lot. That was a lot going on right now. And thank you for watching him. Like, he was very thankful. He was very sincere about that. And then we talked for like 5 minutes with all these people around. He was asking how I was doing. And there are some coaches that are sincere. There's some coaches that are not. I've seen a lot of coaches in 20 years. Pitino is sincere. He's funny. And obviously he's a great coach. You mentioned it earlier. I think this New Mexico, this rebuild he's done with New Mexico is the best job he's done in all of his, was it Florida International he was at?
That was FIU, yeah.
Before Minnesota. And he had some good years in Minnesota, went to the tournament and won an NIT, right? At Minnesota.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. He's done some cool things, and he's been a part of some great teams as an assistant. Obviously, it's in the DNA. His dad is arguably, in Richard's words, he says his dad's the 3rd best head coach of all time. Yeah, he's done a great job. And But yeah, as a person, funny and sincere, definitely would be the first two words that come up. He's hilarious.
I think I mean, his interactions with Jeff, and I don't know if Jeff sometimes knows he's Jeff Grammer. I don't know if Jeff knows he's like messing with him or not. But yeah, I think you know, I didn't think sincere. I think you hit that nail on the head. I'm sure he probably, I'm sure a lot of coaches don't like talking to the media. But when he does it, I think he's very open about it, and he's cool, and he knows it's part of his job.
Yeah, and he'll answer things honestly. Like I mean sincere also because of how honest. Sometimes he gets asked tough questions about the realignment and NIL, and he'll openly say when he doesn't like something and when he doesn't care for something that's going on. And I appreciate that about him too. He's obviously as a reporter, he's a good soundbite. You know, whether you're a TV station coming in to get some sound bites, or if you got him on the radio, he's a good soundbite. But yeah, sincere in a lot of different ways for sure.
What is your outlook for the tournament this week? I mean, what do you expect to happen?
How can you not expect the Lobos to at least get to the championship? How can you not expect that right now? They're playing so well. San Jose is the only team that, you know, between them and Wyoming that you look at, yeah, they beat them when San Jose played them on their own home floor in San Jose State. That could be a little tricky. That matchups are everything in conference tournaments. And certainly when you get to the NCAA tournament, I don't think that will be an easy win. But if you get beyond that, you've beaten San Diego State and Boise State on your home floor. And then, you know, Utah State, looking at the bracket right now, as you did an awesome job just pulling it up seamlessly.
I try.
Yeah,
that's the years of print journalism at work.
I think it's Colorado State or Utah State that makes it to the championship on their end of the bracket. The Lobos can and have beaten all of these teams. So they're the favorite. How can you not say they're the favorite?
No, I think that's a valid point. I mean, I look at it. I know they lost to San Diego State and Boise State recently, but it's hard to beat a team twice. It's hard to beat a team 3 times. It would be a rubber match.
Like Colorado State, they've beaten twice already,
and Utah State,
and Utah State. So it would be hard to beat a team 3 times. And yeah, San Diego and Boise they've split with, but yeah, I don't think it'll be. I think it's easy to get lost and forget about how close a lot of games were. Certainly, they had a couple of blowouts, and I think, yeah, I mean, some of the top tier, the top 4 teams they've blown out at the pit, but a lot of teams that they gave them. I mean, UNLV, that was a 14-point win, but there were 17 lead changes, and they pulled away at the very end to get it to that level. That was a much closer game than people give UNLV credit for. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but they're the favorites. I think they should win. Should they win it? Like, I love what you guys were talking about. Like, is it better if they go out in the semis or if they make it all the way to the championship to get another day's rest? This team has enough returners from last year's team that learned so much about the first round exit in the NCAA tournament. I don't think it matters if they go all the way and can win in Vegas or not. I think they learned enough. When you talk about Donovan, Nelly, Mustafa, even True Washington was on that team and, you know, played some big minutes for them. They have enough experience where they learned a lot, and I think they are motivated to win in Vegas, to go all the way and make it back. I mean, there's so many comparisons to these Alford years now and these great teams from the past and what they have to do to get themselves in the conversation to be the best ever. They're going to have to go through, win in Vegas to be considered up there. And then the thing that matters the most is the NCAA tournament. Can you win a game? I loved what you said, Ryan, about it would be a nuclear reaction if they made it to the Sweet 16. I think if they win one game in the NCAA tournament, it would be nuclear. This town will lose it. The whole state will lose it. Maybe except for Las Cruces. Most of the state will lose it if the Lobos win one game, let alone get to the Sweet 16. So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens moving forward, because this is the first time, like you said, I've got to see back-to-back years of success, and now conference tournament championship, regular season championship. It's new territory for me. I've only heard stories And now I get to see it myself, and also get to be a part of the post-game show, Lobos Live with Kenny Thomas. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun being a part of it.
I would imagine so. Yeah, I said if they get to the sweet, if they get to the Elite Eight, it would be a nuclear bomb. I think they would, I think the town would explode. Again, I'm from here. I've seen conference championships. And you know, I understand their steps, and that's the conversation I was having with Mackenzie Bishop from 505 Sports Ventures Foundation. I've seen it, but I hope it's not, and then what the seed, we've talked about that a lot, what the seed line is right now for them. But I've seen it, and I would love to see them advance to in the tournament. And I know I'm not taking away anything from the conference championships at all, because I mean, the Mountain West was in there, is a pretty good conference, but I've seen it, and I've seen first round exits to the SMOT kids, Harvard and Stanford in back-to-back years. Charles Barkley had them picked to go to the Final Four in 2013. And I get, I made the joke last year, and I get they had to win or they were out. And it was like they had won the World Cup or the Super Bowl.
Not that they were even aware of it, though.
That's true.
They really felt like they didn't have to win the championship to get in, but then it turned out, oh wow, we got a 11 seed.
Yeah.
Well, we actually had to win it. Wow, that was very surprising to a lot of people out here.
Well, yeah, no, and I was too. I mean, I thought Seton Hall and Indiana State deserved to be in. Obviously, if you win the auto bid's yours. I was just saying, like, people reacted like they won the World Cup or the Super Bowl, and then 4 days later they get shellacked by Clemson, and it just felt like all or not. I would love to see them get in the tournament. And again, I'm not taking anything away from what they've done. I just think, and Ed, going nuclear, DEFCON 1 or whatever, if they get to the second weekend, and if they're in it, because I mentioned all the names earlier, I was trying to think, going through in my head of the last like 15 years, Butler, VCU, Wichita State, Butler, VCU, and Wichita State were in the Final Four. And again, only because I got the New Jersey roots, nobody in the country knew where the hell St. Peter's was.
I'll say it. I did.
Yeah.
Florida Gulf Coast is another team.
Yeah, Dunk City. Holy crap, I forgot about them. They were the first 15 to the Sweet 16.
Florida Atlantic 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, FAU.
Where
State.
Where they come from. Let me just weigh in on that real quick. But I think going to the tournament you mentioned in Las Vegas, Brandon and Ryan. Remember, that's Pit West. That that place turns into Pit West. So the fans already happy about a regular season championship should be in full throat. So I think I think this is you mentioned, Brandon. I think they're the best team in the conference. I really do. So they should be able to take it. They did lose. We mentioned a couple of the San Jose State. That was 72-71, a close loss there. Give the Spartans credit. But I think they've had success. They've won first round games before. So I may push back a little bit on that, Brandon, about the town going nuclear, them winning one game. They'll expect more. They will. So that's just me, though. That's just me.
People expect and want more. That is very fair.
But, right. And that's just somebody that's watched them for a while. They've won. It's been a while since they won a first round game. But here's the other thing, Brandon, to your point. Now, if they won one, they could say they won a Mountain West Conference title and they won an NCAA tournament game. That looks good in going into next season if that happens. But then the question is, after the season, when the dust is all settled, what happens then? And we'll deal with that when that comes, because there's a lot of questions as who's coming, who's staying. But I think that makes a good valid point. Pit West last year, you saw the way Lobo fans react when the Lobos are playing and playing well. And they got on a roll last year, and they had a great 4 days there. And as it turned out, as you mentioned, Brandon, they would have had to have won the tournament. If they didn't win the tournament, they were out. So remember, they get no respect anyway. They don't deserve any. They haven't. That's up to them to change the narrative. It's up to them. We can say all we want. Next Sunday we'll be watching intently. I know I will. What seed did they get? Where are they playing? So, but this is still in their hands. They won the regular season championship. Go finish the job, man. Win the tournament, and hopefully then maybe you get a 5 or a 6. Maybe knock on wood. New Mexico and the Mountain West do not get a lot of respect, but I think that would kind of say send a message. You won the regular season. You won the Mountain West Conference tournament. What else do you want us to do? So we took care of our job. It's up to the committee to take care of theirs. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah.
Ed, I'll ask you about that when before we have George Scott and Phil McDonald on. Brandon, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because I haven't really commented on, like you asked me what I felt like could happen in the tournament, and for me, if they're gonna get to the championship and potentially win another one, Dent and Nelly are automatics. You need what you need from them, whether it's Donovan's offensive production and assists and Nelly's ability to the boards. I was really agreeing with George before the UNLV game that there was maybe a little bit of reason to be concerned about Nelly's offensive production, because he was struggling in that department the last 3 or 4 games before UNLV, and then boom, he has another awesome game then. You need what you need from Dent and Nelly. I think True Washington and CJ Nolan are X factors for them. And when the stat is crazy. When True Washington scores in double figures this season, they're undefeated. I think 18-0 now after Friday's win, if I'm not mistaken. CJ doesn't always score a lot, but his defense is so important. And things, and Kenny talked about it on Friday night, things he does that don't appear on the box score are huge. Those two will be massive. Filip Borovichnin is a wild card too, because again, he does things sometimes that don't always show up in the scoreboard. Jovan Milicevic, love his development this year and how slow they eased him in. And he's got to hit a bucket or two off the bench for them to go far. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because obviously Donovan Dent and Nelly Jr. Joseph have to do what they need to do. But True Washington and CJ Nolan are really unsung heroes for them sometimes. And True has had a really nice last month, getting a player of the week within this last month after scoring 20 plus points in a game. But yeah, he often guards the best player. And I think him and CJ are huge in Vegas for them and going forward.
Ed, I'll ask you about it when Brandon's off, because I think one of the big reasons Lobo fans love the tournament is because it's in Vegas. I mean, who doesn't love it? I mean, look at Brandon. Yeah, it's in Las Vegas, Nevada. Like, who doesn't care? But yeah, Brandon, I didn't mention that. Yeah, the Lobos are 18-0 this season when True Washington scores in double figures. I mean, and then that game against Utah State was his coming out party. We already knew he could play defense. Sticking clear of, and you've joined us for a half an hour, Brandon, so I really appreciate that, because I knew we were having you on. I wanted to take up some.
No, it's been fun coming on with you guys.
Perfect. I got a couple more questions for you. And again, we're joined by Brandon Ortega from Lobos Live with Kenny Thomas. He hosts it. And then you're doing play-by-play and producing for ProView, right?
Yeah, I've been doing that for about a month and a half. I'll get to call about 10 games in 3 days at the Rio Rancho Event Center starting on Tuesday. So yeah, Steve Davis, big shout out to him and the whole ProView crew. They do an awesome job. Ed's been a big part of it for a long time, and his son Nick. I am very honored to be a part of that. It's going to be fun.
We appreciate your time. What I wanted to ask you about, and enjoy the state tournament. I know you've covered it, but now you get to call, and you know what that means to this state as well. Sticking with UNM though, you guys had Fernando Lobo call in on the post game show on Friday night, and I asked Mackenzie, the same thing. We kind of had him on when Jason Eck and Mackenzie were hired, but what have you made of Fernando Lobo? I mean, he's around our age. I think the energy is great. Your thoughts on him?
He's younger than me and you, which is nuts.
No, I know, it scares the hell out of me.
I'm like, what am I doing with my? You got a guy like Fernando, doing.
I drank and played video games. That's why I'm hosting the show today.
No, he's a great story, and he's got, I think, Lobo Nation excited about what's moving forward. Eddie Nunez and Dave Williams had a great run in their roles the years that they were here. And I think Fernando, not that Lobo Nation necessarily needed it, but he's like, I don't know, an extra energy boost on top of what's going on right now. And I think he's just doing all the right things, and he's trying to affiliate the university with all the right things and all the other great organizations. You got the Isotopes and United across the street, and he's trying to, collab with those guys. And he's got a family joining him. He's a family man. His family's still in Austin. He was talking about, and they'll be here soon, probably after the school year. No, I'm excited about him. That was the first time I ever got to speak to him. I'm not in the media anymore on a day-to-day basis, so I didn't get to go to his press conference, and I haven't seen him around. I don't go to games a lot anymore. I usually watch it at home and then go to the studio for the show. So there's been no opportunities for me to interact with him. But I've been watching all the clips, and and I pay attention to social media. And yeah, I think Lobo Nation has every reason to be really excited about his vision and the youth that he brings. And yeah, he's just trying to amplify the excitement that's going on right now. And he certainly seems to have a really strong sense of what the future of college athletics is, of NIL and your realignments and everything. And he seems to be trying to be 3-4 steps ahead of what's coming up. And that's the kind of athletic director I think you always want to have. So yeah, excited about him for sure.
And you had the pleasure of working with Danny Gonzalez in his last season, and I was a big advocate of him not getting let go. I think he deserved one more year. But yeah, no, I truly believe that. Bronco won 5 games, whatever. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of meeting Jason Eck, but his enthusiasm as well. And I was just telling Mackenzie Bishop, 20 some years ago, I was probably a bigger Lobo football fan than I was a New York Football Giants fan. And then the Giants went on a couple Super Bowl runs. But anyway, have you met Jason Eck? He walks around the pit. He's in the student section. I think he's ripping on the Aggies with the Lobo up. We haven't really talked about that. I don't know what you've seen on. If you haven't met him, what have you thought about his enthusiasm?
I haven't met him, but I love him. He's one of those guys. Yeah. I've watched him on your show, and he's very active on social media. My goodness, he is so active on social media. And there are coaches out there, I think Bronco Mendenhall is in this group, that have no interest in social media and no interest in doing certain things. But I think Eck gets it. I think he really, really does. And I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him to win a lot of games next year. It's a tough schedule that they got next year. There's no doubt about that. And who knows you never know what all of the Mountain West is going to look like on a year-to-year basis anymore because of the transfer portal and NIL, and certain teams come up out of nowhere, and then certain teams you expect to be good are going to be good. Like your Boise's, you expect them to be good. Yeah, never got to meet the guy, but I've watched from afar with everything he's doing, and I'm a fan, and I hope to meet him at some point. Yeah, being a part of Lobo football in 2023, I've got to do a lot of really cool things in my sports career, mainly as a broadcaster, but being a part of that team in that season, and I know they only won 4 games, but that was the most special sports experience I ever had. And so because of Coach Gonzalez. And I think the energy that the head coaches bring, not just internally, matter, because Bronco Mendenhall was an excellent internal coach. He kept things very close to the vest, and his team really, really believed in him, and his staff loved him. He didn't really put the effort out externally. Jason Eck is I think, just from watching afar, like Danny Gonzalez, he tries to provide some energy externally. And say what you want. My opinion is I think that matters. And he's got everybody rooting for him right now. So yeah, we'll see how next season goes. It's going to be a tough one. UCLA and Michigan in the non-conference, on top of what Mountain West is never easy. So it'll be a challenge, but I think everyone's rooting for him.
In Ann Arbor, at Pasadena, which I'm going to the Rose Bowl for. I've been to LA, but
do it.
The Rose Bowl is, I know it's not the Rose Bowl game, but it's on the bucket. It's like number 1 on my bucket list.
You should go.
I'm definitely going. And then they go to Boise and UNLV. So I've been to Boise. That's a great place. He is Brandon Ortega, the host of Lobos Live with Kenny Thomas. I'm going to call you the host. I know Kenny's on it, but you introduced the show, so therefore you're the host. And you're working for ProView, and you're calling some games. Producer and play-by-play. You're calling games this week at the state tournament, Rio Rancho. Brandon, I kept you a little bit longer because I was trying to kill time. I appreciate spending 40 minutes with us tonight.
Anytime. No, I've told you guys before. Love you guys. Happy to come on and chat and have some fun anytime.
I appreciate it. That's Brandon Ortega. We'll talk to you soon, and you'll be post-game after 1:00 Mountain Time on Thursday.
On Thursday. And yes, shout out to NFHSnetwork.com. Ed, you're going to be calling games too, right?
I will be.
Yeah. You'd be mainly doing the semis and championship?
Yeah, I'll be at the pit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll get to call games at the Rio Rancho Event Center Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I do get to call one state championship on Friday. And then I'm just a fan on Saturday. I'm just going to be enjoying the show. The state tournament is maybe beyond Lobo basketball, the best part of New Mexico sports. It is special. I've only seen it at the pit, though, the last 6 years. I never even got to go to Rio Rancho and Bernalillo these last 6 years. So I'm really excited to see the 2A, 3A schools, see their towns come to Rio Rancho. So yeah, if you guys have time to watch any of those games on NFHS Network, we'll be having some fun bringing you the state championship coverage.
Have a good call, man. Have a good couple days there. Brandon Ortega from ProView and what you're on now. He's on 96.3. Quick commercial break, Ed. Then I'm going to pick your brain before Phil and Phil McDonald and George Scott join us at 7:30. If you don't have anywhere to be, Ed, I appreciate you joining me. Perfect. We're going to take another quick commercial break, and then we will be right back. This is a Pit Press Live. I'm Ryan Smorey. That's Ed Nunez.
I dropped the top on the 6th Street. Fly in my eyes, didn't envy me. Passing it off like CP3. Shawty, she calling me MVP. I be on time and something you ain't never seen before. They call me the Dama. Really want my whole team to score. Damn, yeah, too icy. Yeah, too clean. Yeah, my zone. Yeah, 2-3. Yeah, got shooters that hit from deep. Bust like Giannis. Yeah, too mean. Bright lights like we at the garden. On P, don't get me started. Whole team walk, give me the party. If I can't make the play, I'ma lob it. If you jump, that's right on your head. Had to put him to sleep, go to bed. I'm a star, drop 50 and left. From the logo, like I'm Steph. Put it up, knock him down every time. Going hard like my life on the line. Catch me on the course, I would've down. Never losing, I put it on mine. Had to get out my shell, I've been laying low. They get real when it comes to the playoffs. They fight with me, no one's a KO.
I'm going to hit you with the triple hey. Fantastic show. Thank you to Roco Miller. Thank you to Tom Moser. Thank you to Mackenzie Bishop. Thank you to Brandon Ortega. I was just texting him during that commercial break. Still to come, 7:30, Phil McDonald, George Scott, both former UNM Men basketball players. They've been joining us. Happy to have them on. 8:15, JJ Buck. And after him, hopefully 8:30, 8:40-ish, Nick Coppola from the Las Cruces Sun News. I do want to hit on the Aggies because I felt like Jason Hooten, with what the hand he's been dealt, has kind of done a pretty darn good job down there. Ed, and I want to thank our sponsors, Dulce River Bakery and Coffee, Affordable Solar, Affordable Service, Turquoise Desert Tap Room, and this is the Hydro Bar live stream, so much appreciation. Feel free to chime in comments now. I'm sorry I didn't open it up then. We just hit guest after guest after guest, and I wanted to get Ed's opinion. Ed, we were talking about, and you and I can talk about, we've got about 15 minutes, but you and I can talk about this forever, the disrespect from the committee. And I don't know if you heard at the beginning, Roco Miller said even if they win the Mountain West Conference tournament, they're still an 8 or 9 seed. Does that surprise you when you hear that?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. I think I saw something yesterday that Boise State might be first 4 out in somebody's projection. So, how many bids did Roco Miller say? How many bids he thought the conference might get? Did he say?
It's 3 right now. It's San Diego State. Let me refresh that. San Diego. Let me rephrase that. San Diego State, New Mexico, and Utah State. I got a push notification from ESPN today that said UNM's pretty much probably a lock. And I thought, you know, and again, I always mention this, you know, I'm the naysayer. I was like, I don't know how you win the conference outright. I mean, if they lose on Thursday, we're not going to go there. They might put themselves in a world of hurt. But ESPN, ESPN sent out that notification. ESPN, Jerry Palm, Mike DeCourcy, Joe Lafarty, Joe Lenardi, and then Roco Miller basically all have UNM as a 9. It's playing Kansas or Gonzaga, Illinois, I saw last. But he had San Diego State, Utah State, and UNM in the field.
What seeds did he have San Diego State and Utah State projected as, just as a curiosity?
San Diego State would be 11, and Utah State would be 9 as well, or 8 and 9.
Okay, so McKenzie was saying that you want to avoid that 8 and 9 just because of the matchups. But, yeah, it doesn't surprise me one bit. Remember, last year we said that if UNM hadn't won the tournament, they would have been on the outside looking in. And so, no, we mentioned the conference doesn't get any respect at all. The only way to change that is UNM winning and winning the first round game. And McKenzie said it. I heard what he said. Those first round matchups. You said it. I think Eric Moulton said it too. That sometimes they're not good matchups. The Clemson matchup for UNM last year was as bad as in Clemson. Went on to the Sweet 16, didn't they? I believe they did.
Elite 8.
So yeah, Elite 8. They went to the Elite 8. So UNM's size though at that time, they brought in Borovichinen. They've gotten taller at the guard position. He's had a pretty good season. But I think one of the things, the player development, Jovan Milicevic, he's developed nicely. The player that I'm a little disappointed that I thought would develop a little further was Cade Dotson, the freshman guard. He started out real well, like gangbusters. But Donovan Dent's playing so well, you almost can't afford to give him minutes in conference. And I know Coach Latino's probably thinking we need to get him in more. But when you have a player that's playing as well as a Donovan Dent, it's hard to find those minutes for him. But going back to your question, it's disappointing because they won the regular season. You're thinking if they win the Mountain West tournament, they'll, what's the highest they've ever got? They got a 3 seed, right? They got a 3.
They've been a 3 seed.
3 against Auburn. Okay. And so they again, they don't get any respect. They don't. The Mountain West Conference gets no respect. San Diego State, let's remember, did go to a national championship just 2 years ago. And so they get respect, but the conference as a whole doesn't get any. And so it's going to be interesting again to see when all the teams leave and all the musical chairs stop and Utah State and Boise State and San Diego State leave. What's going to become of the Mountain West Conference? That's for then. This is for now. So no, that doesn't surprise me. Does it disappoint me? Yes, because I still want all those things considered. I know that there's some thinking. I heard what McKenzie said. I heard what he said. I'm never one to sit there and say, well, maybe we should do this and not win. No, win. Keep winning, man. That's not what any game. I've been around the game a long time. I've never been an advocate of saying, well, maybe we shouldn't win and get a higher or lower seed so we avoid this or that. You had a good season. You met your goals. Your goal was to win the Mountain West Conference regular season title. Go finish it. Go win it in Las Vegas. Go win both of them. You're on a good roll now. So if they lost Thursday, as you mentioned, would they be in a world of hurt? You'd have to wonder. You really would. But I'm going to tell you, they're the best team in the conference. To me, no doubt about it. Yeah, they lost a couple games here and there, but the runs that they beat some teams by, let's remember, they ran Boise State out of here. They ran Fresno State out of here. So, they beat San Diego State pretty convincingly here. They swept Colorado State. They swept Utah State. Let's remember that. So, in my opinion, keep winning, and that's all you can do is take care of what you can control. You can't control the committee who has no respect for you or the Mountain West. You just have to do your job. That's what I think.
I think at this point you have to win. And it would be a special season if they were to win the tournament as well as the outright regular season championship. And Ed, we were talking about this, and I know we need to get the Lamont Long interview out. That was a technical thing with Eric. So, and I'm just going to say it again because I'm not knocking my business partner. He did a phenomenal job with all the video on Friday night. Like the traction we got and the people watching tonight. And again, feel free to comment. I know I didn't throw out a question. I just wanted guests tonight with people knowledgeable about what they're doing and people close to the program, like, Brandon hosting the show. But Ed, and I'm going to try to do this in 10 minutes. I guess I'll start here. I've said it on the show. It's nothing new. It's not even really a take. They were a 3 seed in 2013, lost to Harvard. They won the tournament in 2014 and got a 7 seed. And it just like blew. Like when I saw, I was at the Journal at the time, and I saw the line drop, and there was the kind of the anticipation was blown, like got sucked out of the room, even though I was in the Journal newsroom, because they were like the second team revealed. The way they revealed CBS, it was like they were right into it. And I remember Randy Harrison, my boss, the sports editor, was like, "Well, that was kind of anticlimactic. Like it's pretty cool when you're announced later." And I'm sure CBS will probably be here on Sunday, regardless of what happens in the Mountain West tournament. They'll probably be here to throw them on TV. But we got plans for next Sunday. What I don't know, we'll still be coming to you live after Selection Sunday. But I just they're disrespecting. We hadn't even mentioned the last time they won a conference, an NCAA tournament game was 2012. And I remember picking up Sports Illustrated. They played Long Beach State out of the Big West, and Sports Illustrated had Long Beach State as a 5-12 game in 2012, had them beating UNM and getting the Sweet 16. Well, they won, and then they gave Louisville that hard time, and then Louisville got to the Final Four. But I mean, that's kind of my backbone of my argument with why I think they finally need to advance in the tournament. Because I'm sure getting there, Joe Theismann said this after, playing in a Super Bowl. He said, getting there and winning is great. Getting there and losing is like, you don't even want to be there. I'm sure the NCAA tournament's different because of these smaller schools. But I just feel if, I'm not diminishing winning the regular season outright. And if you heard me play the clip, I picked them to win. Just because everything I'd learned at the media days, and winning the tournament is cool. I understand there's steps there that you have to take. I think winning both this year would be phenomenal, and we'd probably have to talk about where they are in the history of the program. It's been really, they've been in the second round twice. They were in the second round twice under Alford, and they got waxed by Washington. And then they hadn't been in the second round since the 90s. I know the arena sells out. They're top 25 in attendance. They've won conference championships, but that's just my point. And I'm not trying to be negative, Nelly. They've never advanced far in the tournament. And I think it's about damn time. And I know a lot of people are going to throw flack at me. I know what Roco Miller said, and I trust him. I don't know. We don't know what the committee's going to do. And he said they pretty much are set on the tournament on Friday. Like they know what they're going to have, which blew my head exploded when he said that. If I understood that correctly, I would imagine winning the tournament might get them a 7 seed. I think maybe losing on Friday. I don't know if they drop to an 8 or 9. Maybe you pray they drop to a 10. I would hope that winning the tournament would get them at least a 7. But of all these, and Ed, I'll let you go here, but when just seeing all these bracketologists, and I know they're not always right, but to see them as an 8 or 9 and to get Kansas or Gonzaga or Illinois, and then you have to play Duke or this Auburn team who's considered one of the best offensive teams of the last 25 years. It was a special season, but I mean, to get past those two teams of those caliber of whatever it's going to be, I don't know how the hell you do it, because you played Wyoming not so well at home. That's just my opinion. Ed, I don't know what your thoughts on that, if you had to piggyback off that.
Well, I don't think you're wrong with all of that, because again, remember when I don't know what their committee's made up of or what their discussions are, but I think sometimes we mentioned the loss to San Jose State and the loss to New Mexico State. Do they factor into where they're seated, even though they won the Mountain West Conference regular season title? And if they won the Mountain West tournament, does that get them a lot of favor? According to what Roco Miller says, no. Remember.
That blew my mind.
Yeah. You remember what you said. You said it too. Lost to Harvard, right? Now, that team there, what a disappointing loss. Now, again, I'm going to tell you one thing. Cal State Fullerton smashed me because the finality and the stunning loss that it was. No more Marvin, no more Cooper, no more Willie Howard, no more Phil Abney. As it turned out, Norm Ellenberger had 1 year left in 78, 79. They went to the NIT. They had a decent season, but there's no comparison. That loss to Cal State Fullerton was way worse than Harvard to me. Harvard was bad. That was bad. But yeah, so and then they got another 8 seed or 7 seed and lost to Stanford. They haven't won. So when Brandon, all due respect to Brandon, he says that they go, they'd be happy with the first round win. We won a couple,
I love talking to Brandon. And Brandon, if you're still watching, we both, I guess, being Albuquerque, New Mexican natives, yeah, we both disagree with you on that one.
But yeah, he's a great guy. Nothing against Brandon. But we had Lamont Long on, and again, we'll release that show later. But it made me look back at the teams that he played on, man. And we talked about that. Lamont Long, Clayton Shields, Royce Olney, Spider Smith, Kenny Thomas. Now, Brandon mentioned that this team may be considered one of the best. Look, if they go to the tournament and don't advance, they're right in the same boat with Clayton, Kenny, and the same boat with the 2009, 2010 team, and the same boat with the 77, 78 team. You can put them all together and say, well, who is better? The team that advances further, you can make a case for. If you don't, they're all in the same boat, man, to me. So, but you mentioned the matchups are not favorable. They're not, especially Kansas, Gonzaga. No. But again, Coach Pitino put this team together with some expectations. They met this regular season expectation. It'd be nice to win the tournament as well, the Mountain West tournament, and take care of business. I know what McKenzie's saying. I do. I heard his thing about, well, we don't know if we want this seed here, that seed. Win the games. Forget about all that, man. You can't worry about that. Win the games, take care of business, and let the chips fall where they may, man. That's the bottom line to me.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll disagree with. Glad we're disagreeing with our guests. And for somebody from like McKenzie, that my head exploded there too. I would think that you would want to win. I mean, I would think you'd want to win in Vegas, especially what it means to the fans of this community who travel out there. I mean, like I said, Denver might be something because they used to have in Denver, but I think it's 10 times the party it is, or 1,000,000 times the party it is because it's in Vegas. It's just a different feeling. And to win, that's another thing, when you win in Vegas. I remember when Utah won in 2009, those guys were drinking and playing craps. The University of Utah, I saw them playing that night. They were out, you want to, I think they got the beat the next weekend, but I just, that's just my opinion. And I know I get a lot of flack from diehard Lobo fans. I just think it's about expletive time that you got out of the first weekend, because Ed, you could be a casual college basketball fan and you pay attention, but if you watch, and Brandon brought it up, I was trying to think of teams. I mentioned Butler. 2010 and 2011 was the national runner-up under Brad Stevens. Butler. I'm sure then nobody knew who Butler was. UNM beat them in the 90s. VCU was in the first 4 and got there. Wichita State got there. And I don't think they won the Missouri Valley Conference in 2013. Florida Gulf Coast in 2013 got to the Sweet 16. Nobody knew who Andy Enfield was. Ohio did it, I think, in 2021. They got to the Princeton 2 years ago, was in the Sweet 16.
North Carolina State last year in the Final Four, they just fired their coach.
I know. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm talking about like mid-majors.
Right,
but yeah, they had to win. They had to win the tournament, and they just fired their head coach because they missed out on the ACC tournament.
Crazy to me. Crazy.
It is. It's crazy to me too. It blows my mind. But I'm trying not to sound like a broken record. I just think it's about time that, with as much prestige as the program is, and it's probably a top 40 program. It's probably a top 30, 40 program. Really, seriously. I'm not, crapping all over that. It's just teams are taken more seriously that win in the tournament. Why do you think San Diego State gets as much love? They got to a national championship game,
right?
And they run into the buzzsaw that UConn. I don't know if they play Miami, they could win. That was a good team, and it speaks to Brian Dutcher. And again, I'm not trying to take away anything that this 2024-2025 team has accomplished. It's been quite the it's quite the ride, but I think that a lot of Lobo fans live in this bubble and they're like, well, why aren't they ranked? Well, when you beat a crappy Wyoming team by like 6 at home and you were losing a majority of the game, if I didn't live here and I was an AP voter, I'd be like, well, that's not good. And, why are you getting, it's just the truth of the matter. So, I'm not trying to take away from anything that has been accomplished. And I do want to give praise with that fact. And I think before we jump to George Scott and Phil McDonald, I think in the 4 years that Richard Pitino has been here, this is probably his best coaching job. Ed, I don't know what you think about that.
No, you know what? I would definitely agree with that. I know that sometimes in Minnesota when he came here, there were some things that said about that his program wasn't as good towards the latter part of his tenure there. But I think it is. He's done a great job. Think about what he said last year. Again, we need to strengthen the schedule. Check the box. We need to get longer and more athletic. Check the box. So they won the tournament. We need to win a game in the tournament. He said last year, or games. So we'll see about that. But so far, so good. One thing I want to mention, my son brought up a great point. He wanted to ask Coach Moser. New Mexico feasts on playing passing lanes, stealing the ball, things like that. If they face a more athletic team, how will that work? Matchups. We're talking about, matchups matter in the NCAA tournament. And I thought my son's question, he didn't get a chance to answer it. He's got family time tonight. But I thought that was a good question. Again, it's all about matchups in any tournament game that you play. Those teams you mentioned, Wichita State, Florida International, Butler, hey man, it's a state tournament here too, right? There's 1 versus 15. Pius took care of business last night, 1 versus 16. Sometimes it comes down to a call, to a bounce of a ball. You never know. That's why they call it March Madness. So you can't worry about. Here's the thing, okay? I'll give you an example of the state basketball tournament. Atrisco Heritage was on a roll. They had won 6 in a row. They faced Cleveland last night, and everybody's thinking, hey, Atrisco should win that. Cleveland beat them. If you're a coach, you're going to have to play those teams eventually anyway. So that's the case with New Mexico. You can't worry about what matchup it is. You just got to go out there and play your game. That's the bottom line.
No, yeah, I agree with that. You just have to play your game, and you can't. I mean, as cliche as it sounds, you probably can't worry about the other team, but it's I don't know. I guess I gotta resend George the link. But before I do that, this is who Butler beat in 2010. They were a 5 seed. They beat UTEP, Murray State. They beat a 12 seed, a 13 seed, but they beat number 1 seeded Syracuse, and then they beat number 2 seeded Kansas State, and in the Final Four, they beat a 5th seed in Michigan State. So just throwing that out there. Another quick commercial break. George Scott, Phil McDonald on the other end. I'm Ryan Tamori. That's Ed Nunez, Pit Press Live.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him
All right, welcome back to the show. Happy to have George Scott, former UNM Men's basketball player, joining us here. And I'm also joined by Ed Nunez. I gave Phil a call, so we're referring Phil. George, as always, thank you for your time. How you doing tonight?
Doing well. Thank you guys for having me again. Appreciate it.
I know we didn't prep any questions for George yet. I didn't want to throw the first one, but I guess I'll ask it for a player who's an alumni of that program. What were you feeling on Friday night for those guys?
I'm not surprised we won. I'm obviously thrilled to death that we did because we won the outright conference championship. But I expected us to win, but it was great. I was talking to a hunter after the game, and he and I agreed. In our 40 years here, we've never seen a pit celebration like that. I've never seen the confetti cannons before. That was just a really, really nice touch. I was on the court after the game, walking around. The confetti was flying around and falling everywhere. It was truly a magical moment. I will never forget that as long as I live.
Ed, I'm going to throw it over to you. Do you have anything to ask George?
George, I think sometimes New Mexico, with their marketing department, sometimes, they don't get it right, but I think they did there. I called a state tournament game at Pius, and I was just too tired to go to the pit. And I'm sorry I missed it, because when you see that confetti raining and, celebration in the pit and the guys with their hats and their shirts, George, you said you weren't surprised that they won. And, they had talked about setting that goal all year long, and they achieved it. Been their first conference title since 2013. We asked Brandon Ortega this. Do you think this is Coach Pitino's best coaching job so far in the time he's been here?
That is a good question. Honestly, I'm not sure if this is his best coaching job or if maybe this is his best team, because especially coming on the heels of last year's loss to Clemson in the NCAA tournament, where they were so much bigger than we are, and he made a conscious effort to get more size and more length on the wings. So that being said, we've got great length and size on the wings now. Donovan is a year older, wiser, stronger. Nelly is a year older, wiser, stronger. So I'm thinking maybe it's a combination of his best coaching job, and also this might be his best, most talented team.
You know what? I don't think there's any question about it. You mentioned they got longer with Borovichinen, and you brought in Jovan Milicevic, who's developed nicely. He's developed into a very nice player. Cade Dotson, his progression kind of slowed a little bit. He's going to be a heck of a player. But, concerning Donovan Dent, George, and I've got to get all the names here. You've seen a lot of great Lobo point guards here. I've got to write them down to make sure I don't forget anybody, because I always forget somebody. And I'm going to go down some names here. Kelvin Scarborough was a very good friend of yours, a very good friend of mine. I still miss him. I still can't believe he's gone. I really can't.
Oh, I know.
Phil Smith, Daryl McGee, Greg Brown, Doris Gary, and Petey Gibson. Now, Donovan Dent is one of the only player in Mountain West Conference history to average 20 points and 6 assists. Now, all those names I just mentioned, and Greg, you could probably say was a combination 2-point, 2-and-1, because he shot a lot. He shot as a 2-point guard that could stretch from 25, 30 feet. Out of all those guards that you've seen here, and you saw them all, you're friends with them. I still can't believe Daryl, Scar, and Kelvin are gone. Unbelievable. But
yeah,
you think Donovan Dent is the best point guard we've seen here?
Well, Ed, as you know, I've seen all those guys play. I know all those guys, so I don't want to offend anybody. But I will say that pound for pound, and I used to tell him this all the time, pound for pound, Greg Brown is my personal favorite all-time Lobo because, he was what, 5'8" on a good day. And just the size of his heart was unbelievable. If Greg was 6'4" with that same skill set, he'd have played in the NBA 15 years,
Easy.
But all those guys you mentioned are great guards. Hunter and I have a running dialogue about who was better, Prime Scar or Prime Donovan. I don't know. I mean, that is a great discussion because Scar is the best point guard I've ever played with because that guy was just a freak of nature. I could not believe the things that he did on the basketball court, and he was 6'1" on a good day. But I'm going to refrain from picking one guy, but I'll just say it again. Greg was my personal favorite, but all those guys you named, Phil, Daryl, Petey, I mean, all those guys are great, great point guards, no doubt about it.
George, I want to ask you this now. Scar, again, I still can't believe the guy's gone, man. The guy was a very, very good friend of mine and a very, very, very good friend of yours. And the guy was about people. This wasn't about basketball. He wanted to help people, man. He had a true heart. Right. I just loved him to death. But okay, to explain to people that may not have seen Kelvin, I saw Kelvin. You saw him. The difference now, Donnie's going to attack those gaps. He's going to make some unbelievable shots. End-to-end speed. Scar might have been the fastest. I told Phil Smith that one time, and Phil said he didn't think so. That he thought he was end-to-end speed. And Phil was great too. Phil Smith was great too. But talking to the fans that may not have seen Kelvin, and a lot of them didn't. Tell them how what kind of player he was. The guy could finish at the rim, dunk, pass. He attacked the defense. Talk to people a little bit about what kind of player Kelvin was.
Scar was more of what we call a slasher. He wasn't a great shooter. He could stick that 15-footer if you left him open most of the time. But as you said, he was just great at getting at the rim, finishing at the rim. And he primarily did it right-handed. We used to always give him crap about not being able to go to his left. But his thing was, that's okay, because no one can stop me going to the right, 90% of the time. And no one did stop him. So, yeah, he was just an unbelievable athlete. He didn't really take care of himself. Scar didn't sleep a lot. He ate like crap, but I just always wondered what would have happened if he would have got his 8 hours of sleep at night, if he would have ate well, because what he did on just pure, unadulterated talent, just raw talent, and no one could still stop the guy. He was just unbelievable.
He was, and so many conversations that I had with him and Greg Brown could talk deep basketball, and I'm gonna tell everybody what he said to me one time. They went to Utah when Majerus was coaching there, and everything they ran, Majerus had scouted. They couldn't run anything. He said everything they ran, Majerus was ready for it. And Dave Bliss, by the way, wasn't a bad X and O coach. He wasn't.
Right.
People would say whatever they want about him, and we had a guest on Friday that was complimentary of him. But Dave Bliss could X and O. He could coach. So when Greg told me that about Majerus, I was like, wow, man, Majerus is at another level, So, but that's a great explanation about Kelvin, George, because there's a picture of him on his Facebook of him slamming over somebody. I don't know you remember that. He could really, and that's the difference between him and Donnie a little bit. Donnie finished. His finish is unbelievable. I don't know if we see him dunk on breakaways. Kelvin could dunk in traffic.
Yes,
you can get traffic dunks. And
Ed, let me interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure you remember our game when we played at Colorado State. I think it was Scar's, I don't know, maybe his junior year. We were down 1. We had to go the length of the court in Fort Collins. Mike Winters threw Scar the ball at the opposite free throw line with about, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds left, maybe 6 seconds. Scar caught the ball, did a dead sprint right down the middle of the court, dunked in the face of 6'9" Pat Durham, the first team all-conference center. We won by 1 point at the buzzer in Fort Collins. So that was just typical of him. You know, again, 6'1" on a good day, dunked in the face of the all-conference center at the buzzer on the road. Lobos win. Let's hit the showers, fellas. It was crazy. I couldn't believe that.
Once he got a full head of steam and you didn't turn him, see, like he said, you mentioned he couldn't really, you know, left hand wasn't a strength, but if he got that speed going with his right hand, you could forget it. You know,
it was over.
Scar and Donovan Dent, the only 2 players, 600 points and 6 assists, 600 assists. You know, and George, we've been lucky to see some great point guards here. Petey Gibson, when I've talked to him, we had him on the Lobo Legends show, has said that Bob King didn't really let him go, man. He wanted him to control the offense, and sometimes they'd almost get 10-second calls, he'd tell me, because Bob King wanted to slow it down. Bob King wanted, Petey, gosh, he's another guy. If you get him talking, my goodness, he'll spend 2 hours telling you about Lobos back then. He will, you know, but Petey was as good, you know, strong, quick, fast. You played with him. We played at Wilson. I know you remember playing with him back then. I just got a couple more questions, Ryan. I'll turn it back to you.
No. Take your time. Trust me. Take your time.
You know, George, I've got to add, you know, okay. So George, you're big. Hey, man, you know what? But you're a good friend. You know, like I said, you've been a friend of mine a long time, but you're a Lobo, man. You know, you're there at the football games. You're there at the basketball games. And you want, you know, when they win, we celebrate, right? You know, they deserved it. They said all year long, this is our goal. We want to win, whether whoever's at the podium, whether it's Nelly Jr. Joseph, CJ Nolan, Donovan Dent, Mustafa Amzil. This is our goal, man. We have a goal to win the Mountain West title. They got it. We got to give them their flowers. It's been since 2013. Going forward, and hey, George, you'll be in Las Vegas, man. You know, you'll be there with, I don't know if Ron's going up there with you, our good friend Ron Beach.
He's not going to be able to make it this year. He told me he's going to a wedding in New York that weekend. Okay,
he never misses usually with you, but so you're going down there. So, George, you know, anticipating now, you know, hey, last year was exciting. New Mexico wins the tournament, and you know, if they hadn't won the tournament, they get an 11 seed against Clemson. They lose in the first round. Now, I know how excited you are to go down there because it's Pitt West down there, man. The New Mexico fans take over. George, what do you think now? Now, there's been some. I think they need to go win it. I think they need to go win it, and you know, keep the momentum going. What's your opinion of what's going to happen down there in Las Vegas?
Well, of course, I'd like for us to win, but on the other hand, I don't think we have the pressure to win it like we did last year in order for us to go to the NCAA tournament. I'm pretty sure that we are a lock for the NCAA tournament because, as I recall, the only automatic bid goes to the conference tournament champion, as far as I know. So in one way, it kind of takes the pressure off. Maybe our guys can play loose. Maybe we can relax, you know, and just go out there and play our game. But yeah, I'm greedy. I'm selfish. I want the regular season and the conference tournament to give us some great momentum going into the NCAA tournament.
You know, George, I think you're right. It's got a lock. I think they've got a lock for sure. They're in, and the pressure is kind of off. And it's kind of interesting that if they hadn't won the tournament last year, they would have been on the outside looking in. Now, we know the committee has no respect for the Lobos or the Mountain West. Now, if they win the tournament, what kind of seed, if they win the Mountain West Conference tournament, what do you know, which we hope. I really hope they keep riding that momentum. You can't worry about who they're going to play. All you can do is control your own destiny, man. Now, if they were to win the Mountain West Conference tournament, where do you see them maybe being seated?
Well, Ed, as you mentioned, we don't get a lot of respect nationally. I really wonder if half those writers even know that we're in the United States, you know? I really wonder sometimes. I bet you those guys think you need a passport and a visa to get here, and you can't drink the water. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping for, of course, as high of a seed as possible, maybe a 4, 5, 6 seed, hopefully. But I'm not going to hold my breath because, again, they don't respect us. They never have. And until we advance to or past the first weekend, like San Diego State, they're now getting respect. So until we advance past the opening weekend, I don't see us getting that respect. We got to do something about it. It's time to put up or shut up.
Really, only New Mexico, as you know, George, can change that, the perception of respect or no respect. They got a 3 and tanked. They got a 7 and tanked. And I was telling Ryan this, that loss against Harvard was heartbreaking for me, but nothing like when they lost to Cal State Fullerton, which was the finality and stunning. I know you've talked to Marvin about it, and probably you've had words, and talked to Michael Cooper about it. It just was so stunning because, all you need to do is win one, and you're here at the pit. And, there's no way they lose here. No way they lose here. And so, yeah, they've had some more stunning losses than memorable wins, George. So I think, again, if they want to change any perception, it's up to them. I got to ask you this too. What has stunned you, not stunned you, but been the most surprising? You knew you had Donovan and Nelly Jr. Joseph. They were solid last year. What surprised you about any other player? There's been Borovichinen, the development of Jovan Milicevic. Applehans gave them some good minutes. What's the surprise you about any other player that maybe you didn't see developing as quickly as you thought you didn't think they would, or you thought they would?
Probably Philip and Jovan, especially Jovan. He is a freshman, and he has hit some huge shots this season. I'm like, my God, this guy's got ice water in his veins. He has hit some tremendous three-point shots, which is unheard of for a freshman. That's upperclassman stuff. So I've been pleasantly surprised by he and Philip because they have given us quality minutes. Again, they've got good length, good size, and that's been a pleasant surprise over last year's team, which, as I've been saying over and over, we weren't very big, and it caught up to us that Clemson game.
I think Philip and if he stays, we always have to say if now with the portal. I love the way his shot the head and shoulders, shoulders. He's very fundamental with that. Now he's missed some shots, but I think the game next year for him takes another step. Head and shoulder fake, drive to the hoop, get a little bit more weight, be able to take that contact, finish at the rim. That's the next step for him, I think. Milicevic, if you mentioned him, we looked at him when practice started in June or July, and his legs, I think I told Eric Moulton, look at that dude's legs, man. That guy's a beast. He's another one, George, that squares up to the basket. I believe he's got a nice release. I think he's going to be pivotal maybe in an NCAA tournament game. I really do. And so I think his recruiting, Coach Pitino's recruiting of these players, to go get them longer and stronger and bigger was also very pivotal going into this season.
Absolutely. That size thing cannot be overemphasized enough, especially on the defensive backboard, because, again, I love Jalen and Jamal to death, but on defense sometimes, they have problems guarding guys that were 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". But, again, that's no longer an issue. We are doing great on the defensive backboard especially. So, yes, it has worked out very, very well. Coach Pitino very strategically corrected last year's shortcomings, and here we are, MWC champions, going into Vegas next week with a great head of steam behind us.
George, I got to ask you this too, and I'll send it back to Ryan here in a minute. But the on-the-ball defense, you mentioned that. C.J. Washington, Nolan, Donovan Dent. I think the on-the-ball defense, Mashburn was not known as a defender. He's going to jack, man. He's going to jack, and he wasn't, a great defender. Now, House could steal the ball. He's one of the conference leaders in steals, and on-the-ball defense was pretty good. But I think on-the-ball defense with those three guards that we mentioned, and even Dotson when he gets in, his development is taking a little step backward because Donovan Dent has been so good. I think Cade is going to be an excellent player in the next couple of years. But talk a little bit about that on-the-ball defense that New Mexico plays at the guard, I think it's pretty good.
They're playing with a huge tenacity. It's been such a pleasure to watch because you can tell that CJ and True take pride in their defense. And Ed, as you know, being a former ball player, a lot of guys rest on defense, right? They're resting on defense so they could, save their energy and strength for offense. But CJ and True, those guys seem to get really, really fired up when they're playing defense, especially when they're hawking the ball, which is why they get so many steals. They say defense and rebounding travels. And those guys play the same intensity at home as they do on the road. And as a result, they've gotten a ton of steals, which has led to a lot of pick sixes the other way, a lot of breakaway dunks the other way. It's been great to watch.
I think some of the most steals they've had in years. New Mexico came up with those. But I got it, George. One more question before I give it back to Ryan. You played a long time.
Ed, it's all yours. Trust me, we got time.
Okay, so George, you played at Southern Idaho. You were a star here at UNM, and I still remember. We always bring this up when you had to guard Patrick Ewing, man, and one of the greatest centers in NBA history, and you're giving up 4 inches, and man, the pit was on fire that night. But when you're winning the way New Mexico is, and they've got confidence. They again to a man they've said it. Donovan Dent, we've got a goal. They got it. They achieved it. Now there's been people that have commented saying maybe New Mexico doesn't want to play this team, doesn't want to play that team. When you're winning like that, George, inside the locker room, you're not thinking that. You're saying bring on whoever, right? Because that's you're playing well. There's no fear of any team that you might face, either in the Mountain West tournament or in the NCAA tournament. Talk a little bit about that because you've been inside locker rooms, man.
Well, you're right. When you're winning and when you're hitting on all cylinders, it doesn't matter. You're like, bring it. We're taking on all comers. Bring it, right? We're ready. But on the other hand, you also have to be aware of who's nipping at your heels. And speaking of which, CSU is probably, in addition to us, the hottest team in the league right now. They're playing some great ball. So I know they are gearing up to make a run in Vegas because I think at this point they're on the outside looking in and they can play themselves in the tournament just like we did last year. They're very motivated. So it's going to be interesting to see how CSU plays this coming week because, again, they're peaking at the right time, and I've got my eye on them.
What about Boise State, George? They had played with some desperation as well. They're the preseason favorites to win the conference. They had a slow start, and then they started playing a little bit better towards the end of the year. Coach Rice changed some lineups, brought in the freshman Preston Carmichael, and they changed their fortunes. Omar Stanley started playing a little bit better, and we had BJ Raines on, and with Omar Stanley, he wasn't hurt. It wasn't a physical thing. He just hadn't played well. Then he started playing a little bit better because he's still capable. So what do you expect now? If New Mexico, let's just say New Mexico's in the championship, the Mountain West Championship, who do you expect to come out and face the Lobos?
Well, it's going to probably be all the usual suspects, Utah State, Boise, and San Diego State, and CSU, just because they are on fire right now. Speaking of Boise, I kind of wonder if they may have peaked a bit too soon. They lost their senior night game the other night. They lost their last home game. So you don't want to go into the Mountain West tournament coming off a senior night loss. So I'm wondering if they have lost a little steam right now, But again, CSU is on fire right now. San Diego State is very motivated because they want to get back to where they were at, or where they've been the past few years. Utah State also may have peaked a little too early, but they're also fighting to get into the NCAA tournament. But it's going to be a great weekend, and I think those 4 teams, 5 counting us, are going to probably be the ones who win it. Just depends on who gets hot, who can catch lightning in a bottle this week.
You know what, George? We New Mexico caught it last year And you know what? Pitt West, that helps every time I see TV on, and you got the New Mexico fans there that outnumber every other team that comes. I feel like,
Right.
hey man, we got a shot, because you already know, George. You mentioned when you first saw the Pit and the fans and the way that how loud that place was. You were amazed. You said, you were amazed at the Pit, and you've been in the games there at the Pit as a fan, as a player. And we had Lamont Long on, and you'll see what he says about the fans, that it gave him a surge because all the energy travels down. And when he said that, and it happened to you, right? It happened to you, happened to Petey Gibson, happened to Phil, happened to every Lobo player that's played there. And when he talked about that surge, I was like, holy moly, man, that, you've been on that floor and you feel it. You feel it. You feel it, George.
There is nothing like playing in a sold-out Pit. I like to tell the story of the very first time I ran down the ramp. If I'm repeating myself, I apologize in
That's
advance.
okay. This is a good story. It's all right.
I remember the first time I ran down the ramp. Oh my God, I was terrified. I grabbed my chest. It was a Fred Sanford, Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you, honey. In a crowded building called the Pit. I was petrified, because think about it. In high school, you go from playing in front of 1,000, maybe 1,500, 2,000 people. In junior college, I played in front of maybe a couple of thousand people. So you juxtapose that with playing in front of a sold-out Pit. Say we were playing UTEP or BYU, New Mexico State, 18,000 people, and it was truly terrifying. But it's also very addicting, because after a while you realize these are your friends, these are your fans, these people have your back. So it got to the point where if we didn't sell out the game when I played, I was disappointed. I wanted 18,000 people. So again, I went from being terrified at a packed house to being disappointed if we only had 16,500. After a while, you get used to it. And it is truly an amazing experience. There's a reason we have such a good home record versus our road record historically, going back to when the Pit opened up. That is not accident. That's not happenstance. There's a very good reason for that. Because again, you got 15, 17, 18,000 of your best friends right there on top of you, encouraging you, supporting you, telling you, you got this and we've got you.
The late Greg Brown, and we said this to Lamont Long on Friday, would say the Pit was worth 10 points before the ball was even tipped up, man. He would say it was worth 10, at least.
I would agree with that, depending on your personnel. Coach Patino's first team here, that wouldn't be the case because we weren't very good. But yeah, depending on your personnel, if you had a Greg Brown, if you had a Charlie Thomas, a Kahari Jackson, a Hunter Green, yeah, I would definitely agree.
Now we got to get Charlie on, man. Charlie, Charlie came from Wake Forest, and physical. Played with Johnson Gym with that guy. Caught one time. That was enough. It's like no more. Because Charlie's very physical and a good guy, man. So we got to get Charlie on the show. Ryan, I'm sorry, man. George and I got on a roll here. I'm going to turn it back to you.
No, it worked out for me because I was losing my voice there. I could go grab some water and pee again because I've got the bladder of this 80-year-old man. Too much information on the live stream. Yeah, I know you guys talked about being disrespected. George, I've asked Brandon this. I think I asked Mackenzie this. So I'll just keep the trend going tonight. It's a program that's been in the second round of the tournament twice in the last 25 years, 26 years, I think. I think the conference titles are great, but what would it mean for this team to get to the second weekend this year? And where would you rank them as far as teams in this program?
Oh my God, that would be huge. That should be our first and immediate goal. Survive the opening weekend. That would be huge, just from a credibility standpoint, because again, people don't respect us, We have been perennially a one and done NCAA team for the most part. So we've got to change that. We got to improve upon that. And as far as how this team ranks historically, I think the jury is still out on that. We need to see how we wind up. Do we make a run to the Sweet 16, or do we crash and burn like we did the Harvard game? So that ending has yet to be written.
I think that's a fair assessment. I apologize if I'm re-asking the question when I got stepped away. I thought it was we had Roco Miller on, who's a bracketologist. You can check him out on bracketeer.org. I asked him if they won the tournament. He said they would still be an 8 or 9 seed, which I would think at that point, at least maybe you'd get some respect as 7 or 6. I know you've kind of talked about disrespect, but when you hear that, I mean, what are your thoughts that their line wouldn't even move if they were not only tournament champs, but regular season champs outright?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I'd be more surprised if you told me that if we won the tournament, he would give us a 5 or 6. That would floor me. But again, comes down to respect or lack thereof. So we just gotta win. We gotta change the narrative of New Mexico basketball so the national announcers will stop referring to us as the New Mexico Aggies or the New Mexico State Lobos. I mean, that crap is still happening. And until we kick that door in and string together some wins, it's going to keep happening.
Frank Mercogliano over at UNM posted something on eBay today that was a silver helmet with a cherry face mask, but it had the Tom Selleck Aggie Ed Quigley down under on the helmet. It made no sense. I'll send you a picture, but it was the silver helmet, the cherry face mask with the New Mexico State Aggie logo on the side, on sale on eBay.
That's funny.
I believe it. And that crap has been happening forever.
I think it's funny. And I give Jeff Grammer credit, hashtag NMSUNM or whatever. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And it's so frustrating because, I mean, think about it. That doesn't happen to Arizona State. You know what I mean? It didn't happen to North Carolina and North Carolina State. Why does it happen to us? Because we get no respect.
I think you're probably right there. It blows my mind, especially given that one is a human being holding a gun and the other is an animal. Like, I don't know how you confuse the two. That was also in UNM game notes. Frank Mercogliano football. Thanks for that, Frank.
Because they don't take the time to educate themselves about us. We are just an afterthought. They just kind of gloss over us, and it's very frustrating.
Well, it's funny you were mentioning earlier that nobody knows where we are. My cousin's husband, my second cousin's husband, so probably in their early mid 60s now. I was staying with him with my cousin Katie and her sister Kelly. So my cousins Katie and Kelly in New Jersey, in Island, which isn't too far from Manhattan or New York City, probably closer to Staten Island. And I was hanging out with Dennis, and I know he's not watching him, but I'm putting his name on the record here. I asked him, I said, "Hey, Dennis, you should, if you ever want to come out and visit, you're welcome to come out and visit Albuquerque." And he looked at me and he asked me, why would I do that? And I was like, because Dennis, there is, as much as I love this area, and there is a world west of Philadelphia, like holy hell. And then I was at my cousin Kelly's wedding, and Kelly and her husband Dave has a PhD from Boston College, from BC. And I was at their wedding. It was very quaint. It was a place called Washington's Crossing, and it's all this revolutionary theme. And it's down south and in South Jersey. And a lot of highly educated people at this wedding. And I was sitting at the table. I was by myself at this wedding, and they were like, somebody asked me, what's it like living in Mexico? And I was like, well, we have 5 electoral votes, and I got on United and connected in Denver. and I was here 3.5 hours later. I just thought, like, I don't understand it, but this has been a long show, so I'm repeating myself again, George, because I didn't ask you this. I mentioned Butler, I mentioned Wichita State, I mentioned Florida. Brandon mentioned Florida Gulf Coast. All the mid majors, and I'm not trying to diss on the on what the Lobos have accomplished this year. I just am at the point where I'd love to see them advance in the tournament. But even as a casual college basketball fan, you remember those teams. If you watch college basketball throughout the season and you watch the tournament, you remember those smaller schools advancing. And Brandon even said it. I'm lucky enough, again, Adam mentioned in New Jersey again, but when St. Peter's beat Kentucky, I was like, well, I know where St. Pete's is. St. Pete's is in Jersey City, like down, and it's like no bigger than like 3 blocks. Like
Exactly.
it's crazy. But I mean, if I guess my question to you, George, is if those schools can do it, why can't UNM?
I agree. The short answer is because those teams are usually involved in the NCAA tournament. We are pretty much one and done. Those schools you just named, they've made some decent runs over the years. They've been around for more than a weekend. So, yeah, it's all about familiarity. People don't remember us. Hell, they think we're in Las Cruces, so we need to stick around longer so people are aware of who we are and what we're about. We need to stick around. That'll change all that.
I agree with that as well. Ed, do you have anything else?
George, you're right. You know what? Only New Mexico can change that narrative. That's the bottom line. Win a couple games, advance in the tournament. And I'll tell you what, though, they have to be consistent. Go to the back of the tournament and keep winning. And somewhat that'll change the narrative that people seem to have about the Lobos, I hope.
Yep. Again, it's time to put up or shut up. We've got to do it. And I really, really like our chances this year. Again, I think this is our best team since we've had Coach Patino. I really think this year's team would beat last year's team with JT, Jalen, and Jamal. And with Donnie being a year older, I really think this team will beat that team, which therefore will make us a stronger tournament team for March. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this thing shakes out. I just really hope that the moment doesn't get too big. I'm not worried about Donnie. Donnie's going to be there, but we're going to need our supporting cast to really show up. We got to get over the nerves. And as you like to mention it, that Georgetown game, the only reason we lost was because it took us so long to get over the nerves. They were the number one ranked team in the country. Pat Ewing was on the cover of Sports Illustrated that preceding week. So, we had a hard time just thinking that we could play with those guys. And by the time we realized we could, we had screwed up and fell behind as much as we did, and the pit crowd brought us back. Then after a while, we start believing we could beat the number one ranked team in the country with the presumptive number one draft pick of next spring's NBA draft, and we just essentially ran out of time. If that game goes 5 minutes longer, we shock the world. But we ran out of time because we fell so far behind because of the butterflies and the nerves. So, again, if we can control that going forward next week and the week after next, I think we're going to be okay because we got a very talented team. We got a very long team. We've got essentially an experienced team, but we just got to do it. We've got to do it.
Right.
George, I hope you have a great time in Vegas, and I want to thank you for joining the show as always. I might bug you this week to see if you can't join us, even if you have to give a phone call in, but I can't thank you enough for joining us here quite consistently towards the end of the regular season.
My pleasure. But yeah, if I'm available, I'll definitely make myself available for you guys. The problem is getting in and out of the Thomas and Mack Arena because the traffic is horrible, especially as we advance and more Lobo fans drive out to Vegas or fly out to Vegas, because Thursday is, it's a pretty good crowd. When we advance to Friday, it's an even bigger crowd because people take off work on Friday. And if we advance past Friday, hell, half of Albuquerque is in the Thomas and Mack, for our Saturday championship game. And it's kind of a problem, getting in and out of that arena because the traffic is horrible. I think that arena seats 18,000 people, and it seems like there's 18,000 cars there. Everybody drove, it seems like.
I haven't done the tournament in well over almost 2 decades, and I thought I was going to do it this year, but I never had to deal with that because I was leaving the arena late. So that's the perk of being in the media, is I don't have to deal with traffic. But George, we got to get into our next guest. So I appreciate you joining us tonight, though.
My pleasure. You guys have a good evening.
George, thank you, man.
George Scott, everybody, appreciate him joining us. Before we get to our next guest, Ed, what'd you take away from George? I think he's right on a lot of things.
Hey, man, that's my guy. George is always going to tell you exactly what he thinks. He's honest about it. He's watched, again, played with the Lobos, and I loved his memory of the Georgetown game. They lost by 6, 69-63. I remember my wife and I was dating her at the time, and we were at that game. And man, I don't think I ever heard that place that loud. And I love his memories. I'm going to step off, Ryan, and let you go ahead with the next guest. But I enjoyed it. I really did.
Ed, thanks for joining me. I really appreciate it. All right, our next guest. You can catch him on the opening drive with Jeff Symbieta on weekday mornings from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then he's also the voice of the Lady Lobos. His name's JJ Buck. JJ is one of the media guys that I've known since we've both kind of began our careers. I appreciate your time last minute. How you doing?
Dude, what's up? How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. I appreciate it. I mean, I know you're a big football guy. What have you made of like the last hour or two with all the NFL stuff?
I was sitting inside the Thomas and Mack Center today because I went over for the early games. Met up with some of the folks I know watching, Nevada, Boise State, Utah State Air Force, all the exciting stuff in day one of the women's basketball tournament. But the Devontae Adams news broke, Josh Allen getting paid. Like, free agency is supposed to start tomorrow, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of free agents left.
No, probably not. I just my phone was blowing up right as we started this thing. And I wish the NFL would expletive off for a little bit so I can enjoy March and the beginning of baseball as much as I love college football and the NFL. I don't know. I just don't know why. The NFL is king. But I am here to talk to you about the UNM women's basketball team, who kind of had a topsy-turvy year and had a great start, had a great year from VNA Cumber. But I think I'll start here with the news today. VNA Cumber, All Mountain West, Destiny Hooks, honorable mention, and good God, here we go. I hope I pronounce this right. Joanna Magalhães. I don't know if I have that right. She's the freshman from, I believe, Portugal, and she was on the all freshman team. And I know I probably mispronounced that, but I will let you take the reins. I mean, to have those 3 players get those accolades is big for Mike Bradbury in the program.
It is really nice, and it's Joanna Magalhães.
Joanna Magalhães, thank you.
Lisbon, Portugal, who was really good in Mountain West play. She was all freshman team because of what she did. She had 9 games with 10+ points in conference play, 5 rebounds, and she's a 5'5" guard. But it's kind of just the energy, the mentality that she brings. She's fiery, she's feisty. It's gotten her in trouble a couple times with the head coach, but it's also allowed her to make an impact as a true freshman on this team, and one of 2 true freshmen from overseas that's playing minutes. Now, she started 29 and 31 games, but you look at the last 10 games, Nyla Padilla is in the rotation playing double-digit minutes. And it's good to see young players getting an opportunity this season. And Coach Bradbury, the last couple of years, has gone hard overseas. And he's hit on some players, and these 2 young women that have come in have been really good this season. And you never know what the offseason brings, but if you're able to keep these pieces around that are already playing meaningful minutes, that helps build a program. But that's such a hard thing to do these days when we're talking about it. But Destiny Hooks, first year Division I player, She's a sophomore, played a JUCO ball last year, was averaging 21 points per game. So they knew she could score, but, it's a step up in competition. And for her to earn honorable mention honors, it's a credit to the type of scorer she is. She's still growing. She has a high ceiling. If she locks in and just her mentality, and if she can learn from Vianney Cumber of what it takes to be, good every single day on and off the floor, I think, Hooks does have, all conference potential. And then got to talk about V, an absolute legend for the UNM program, a legend in Albuquerque from what she did at Sandia High School, 2-time Gatorade Player of the Year. Lobo's got a little bit lucky, man. She was going to Texas Tech. They fired their coach, and then she lands at the University of New Mexico. And fast forward 4 seasons, in the final game of the regular season at home, she becomes the program's all-time leading three-point shooter, just a tremendous player in person, all worthy honors. And, it's the positive buzz that they need picking up, the last 2 wins of the season. Because the Fresno State game, man, if you're asking me about the year, they were down 22 points in the second quarter, second to the last game of the season. And they don't win that game, the season's over. It's as simple as that. Like, I don't see them beating Air Force, and then we're probably playing a game as we speak, and who knows if we get to Monday. But that's what that Fresno State game, they can mean to this team, propelled them to those final 2 regular season wins, and they're really confident going against a San Diego State team that we get to see for the 4th time in a row, the Mountain West tournament.
I'm going to go back to Vianney Cumber, but I think it's crazy that they're meeting San Diego State again, and they've kind of, San Diego State, the Aztecs have kind of spoiled, what could have potentially been, I don't know, maybe trying to win. I know what Lindy LaRocque has done at UNLV. It's like a buzzsaw, and she's a lot of fun to talk to when we've been at media days. But is it just weird that they're playing San Diego State? And I know they lost last year to them in the first round.
Well, they've lost the last 2 years to the Aztecs. 3 years ago, the Lobos won. But you go back to that team, 3 years ago, Jaden De La Cerda, Antonio Anderson, what they were even 2 years ago, kind of that team, the vibe with the Duff sisters. There was a lot of expectations last couple of years, and they were number 2 seed last year and got beat by the Aztecs. And this is the 80th meeting between these programs overall, of course, not in the Mountain West tournament, but they just know each other so well. And yeah, it's like a joke. We're like, oh, we'll see you in Vegas. No, we will see them in Vegas. It always happens.
I got to go back to Vianney Cumber. I mean, just you kind of touched on it, but she's the program's leading 3-point shooter. I made it out to a game this year. I was at the Utah State game, and that was the last time I was a human being before I got a lung respiratory illness. So I'm going to abide by the other jokes because I got sick earlier in January, and the last place I was at was Hooters for the AFC title game. Then I was sick for 10 days. So Hooters and San Diego Casino killed me, and then UNM women's basketball game killed me. But I was there, and they, that Utah State game, and I forgot the Utah State's coach name because
Wesley Brooks.
Wesley Brooks. Who I thought had a fascinating story with the fact that he had never played basketball. He was a manager for West Virginia University. He got his undergrad and his master's there. And I think he was with West Virginia University when they were in the Elite Eight at the Pit, when they lost to Rick Pitino in Louisville, a game that I was at that was bonkers. But I went off on a tangent there and I mentioned Hooters and San Diego Casino. But anyway, they were down to Utah State and they rallied. And Utah State had won I don't think they had won a game. They were 2-24. They just kind of flipped the switch there in the late, and it was Vianney Cumber. I don't know. Can you speak to her leadership, and maybe is this team where they're at without her this year?
Absolutely not. V is a professional. We talk about student athletes and they're getting NIL money, this or that. Like, they're not getting NIL money at the women's team across the board. So, but that's how I would describe Vianney Cumber. She's a professional. Her work ethic on and off the floor, the way she represents the program, just how she carries herself. There's just that vibe. Like, if you're around Cumber, it's a good vibe, good person, and they run so much offense through her. She takes so much attention. Like, they face guard her, and players that are defending V aren't going to come off her, and so they run offense knowing that. Like Destiny Hooks, when she had the go-ahead layup against Air Force last game of the season, they ran it to the left side because they put Cumber on the left sideline, and they know, all right, Hook's off the dribble, that player's not coming off V. And so that side of the floor is going to be open. And it's like things like that you don't really notice, but it's how impactful she is, just her IQ, ball movement, and the growth of her game. Like, yeah, she has 240 career made threes, but you look at that Air Force game and what she was able to do, coming out scoring 15 points. She only hit 1 3 because she gets inside, she can post up, she's good enough off the dribble to score, and she understands that. She does shoot a lot of threes, but the way she plays, the way her game has grown the last 2 years, it's been a lot of fun to watch. And yeah, the Lobos are not anywhere near a team that can play at a high level without Vienna Cumber this season.
The game that I was at, and then I do see the recaps, but I mean the game that she was like cold blooded, and then she hit the 3 from almost the shield, the logo, to put them up 8, and I was just all this. I don't know. She's stone cold. I'm really happy for her, and at least to get those honors. Another one is Destiny Hooks, double figures in 15 conference games. She averaged 14.2 points a game. I mean, I know she's darn good down the post. What can you say about her?
She's an interesting player because she has like the throwback game. Like, she is best when she's attacking the basket or shooting the ball mid range. And I think her game, the rest of her game will grow, when she just gets more confident and comfortable playing Division I basketball. But you already look and say she's an honorable mention as a sophomore in her first year playing D1 basketball. She's got plenty of confidence. And I think that Air Force game was big for both Cumber and Hooks, because that last road trip was really tough, man. We lost by 19 in Laramie, the number 2 seed in the tournament that did just beat UNLV in the regular season, man. So it was really the dome of doom this year for the Cowgirls. And then you go into that Fresno State game down by 22 points in the second quarter, and Hooks and Cumber were not part of that comeback. It was the bench. Like, Cumber came up in and hit 3 or 4 free throws in the final 30 seconds, but like they had a bad road trip. But you come back, play Air Force, V has 15.7 rebounds. Hooks comes out in that game 17.7 of 11 shooting. Like, that's what you're looking for from those type of players. The response, the bounce back. I think for Destiny, the way she's played this season as a confident player and someone that has gone through the ups and downs on the floor, but to bounce back in that moment, because that was a rough week on the road, and that Fresno State game, the bench scoring 35 points, coming back, but then knowing, all right, if this team is going to be successful, it is those players bouncing back, and that's exactly what they did.
I guess I got to go to, I'm glad I muted myself. I guess I got to go to, what had happened towards the end of January and early February. They played UNLV early in the season in the pit. Obviously, like I mentioned, Lindley LaRock and what she's done there, the perennial like top 25 team. They won 2, and then they lost, I think, 5 in a row to get into February. Then they beat Boise, San Jose State, Utah State. They lost to Wyoming, and then they won their final 2. I mean, have you, for as long, what you've been doing this 3-4 years now, right? With the voice of the Lobos.
This is my 5th year.
Oh, it's your 5th year, dude. I'm so sorry. I meant to ask you that, what year it was. So it'd be your 5th year. Do you remember ever seeing such a topsy-turvy season?
No, but this was more expected. Just when you look at the roster, and you knew, all right, you had Vienna Cumber coming back. You're returning players that you hope were going to pop in the rotation. Maybe Paris Laro, Laura Langerman, Ulda Joachim, a really stable presence. But then the freshmen are coming in. It's Alyssa Hargrove, who never played point guard, and you're going to make her the starting point guard this season. Clarissa Craig, who they were super excited about, she gets hurt, doesn't play the whole season. She has a redshirt. They transfer from Cincinnati. So they knew it was going to be a challenge, and the fact that it was up and down doesn't surprise me. I think when you start conference play the way they did, they were 6-1, and you lose 5 in a row, you kind of start questioning what happens, and then they finish winning 5 of 6. And I think in that 5-game win streak, you just saw, man, some of the inexperience of frustration boiled over. And Coach talked about it. He said, like, one of the things with this team was, not letting one bad possession turn into 3 or 4 bad possessions. And that's what would happen at sometimes. I think they really went through that rut where, something like the Fresno State game, they were leading in the fourth quarter, and then Fresno State outscores them 27-7. They have a couple bad possessions in the fourth quarter, and then Fresno State runs away from them. We're in Boise. I think we have 11-point lead at the half, and we lose the third quarter 28-10. And you know, these moments you're like, all right, what is happening? It's just that, you know, they let a few bad possessions carry over, and it took them a little while to get that confidence back and to realize, all right, you execute, you play hard, you miss a shot, you give up a basket, whatever. It's one possession. And then they started to get that back. You know, the confidence of playing with their start Mountain West play, they got it back over the last couple weeks. And it's, even with the tough road trip in Laramie, it's still been a good vibe. And this team, you know, working hard when it comes to effort and execution, because that's what this team has to do. And now it's a cliche thing, but they don't have, you know, I'd say they don't have Donovan Dent, right? A player that can just clear out, go get a basket off the dribble, just run a high screen, and it opens everything up. Like, this team does have to run offense. You know, they're really good at 3 or 4 passes, movement, getting downhill. And they got away from that during that stretch, but that's what they've gotten back to, and that's what made them successful.
We knew going into the season, you mentioned that the inexperience, I mean, going through your mind, I you know, and I'm not looking for like, I'm not looking to get you gotcha journalism here or anything, but to replace 8 players, I mean, how difficult is that?
It's super difficult. And, you know, it's shocking. I understand it, man. You know, I'm not going to deny the fact when you have that many players transfer, you know, people are asking questions. And a lot of those, you know, especially when they're 2 local kids, when Jalen Bates and Natalia Chavez, that transfer, it frustrates fans. And, you know, they're all good kids. You know, I had a chance to be around them a lot. Like, there wasn't some major problem. You know, some of it was playing time, because a lot of those players just weren't going to get off the bench. And there was some of that. But when you have it, you know, 7, 8 players leave at once, you know, it's kind of shocking. And it's still hard for people to wrap their head around that. That could happen even when a team's good, even when nothing is bad in an off season. You just have that many players enter the transfer portal. So they recruited good talent. Like, what they were able to do with, you know, Alyssa Hargrove, who's been as important as anyone for this team. You know, she comes in, she's a senior. Salt Lake and Augment last year. Now wasn't a point guard, but they're like, hey, we need you to play point guard. And she became an all-conference player, Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year. And same thing for Alyssa Hargrove. She comes in, you know, she's averaging almost 5 assists per game in Mountain West play, leads the team in steals, made something out of her. You know, they saw that just talent in the portal. You look at Amaya Moreland, who's, I think, the X factor for this team tomorrow. You know, she played the last 2 years at San Jose State, comes in, never really played as good as she did at San Jose State the entire season until the last week. And all of a sudden, you know, she's averaging 10.7 rebounds last 3 games. And then finally just seeing the development, you know, Paris Laro, who could push VNA Cumber for the best shooter on this team, man. Like, you see Paris Laro shoot in practice, and she can absolutely drain him, but it just wasn't clicking. Like, it wasn't going over the floor. But then the sophomore all of a sudden comes off a bench Fresno State game, just not hesitating, man. They're down 22 points. She ends up scoring 18 points, goes 4 or 5 from 3, goes 2 of 2 from 3 against Air Force. And then it's just like all these pieces, the way that you add them, and then the players coming back, you just kind of wait on the moments, and we've seen the moments happen at the right time for this team.
Joined by JJ Buck, the voice of the UNM women's basketball team. You can catch them on the opening drive with Jeff Symbieta, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday. I looked at the bracket, and for them to get the 5th seed, I mean, what would winning a game or 2, advancing in this tournament, do for this team this season? And can you see them doing that?
2 would be epic, because they get most likely UNLV, the winner of this Aztec Lobo game tomorrow. So, you know, UNLV plays Boise State tomorrow's first game of the day. Winning a game would be amazing for this team, because, you know, how hard they've worked this year. And everyone says they work hard, but like that stretch, that 5-game losing streak, what happened at Fresno State, like that could rip a team apart. Like the season could have been over at that point in time, and it wasn't. And they responded. They're super confident. They know this Aztec team well, just in terms of the matchups. They split with them this season, and the fact that, you know, they have been one and done in Las Vegas the last 2 years. I know that this program and these players would love to stay another day, and especially look at someone like VNA Cumber coming down to the end of her career And the teams that she's been on, freshman season, she was limited to 18 games. But her sophomore year, like those teams, had potential, at the top of the conference, postseason potential, and not quite get there. I know, for her, it would mean a lot to get this group to Tuesday and get by San Diego State.
I appreciate that answer. And you were out there this week for, I guess I'm going to gather you're going to stay for the men. I was going to go, and then I got sick. I'll keep that PG joke to myself. But this men's team, man, and Friday night was a culmination. Sometimes I've sat next to you at a lot of, the men's games. I don't know if you were there because I stepped away from press row, but I don't know. I just walked into the building and I just immediately, I thought about it before I got there, and it just felt like it was going to be a coronation. But can't remember the last time you had on the show. Just simply put, what did you make of this team? Because I think it's Rick Pitino's best coaching job in 4 years here.
I agree. Coming into the year, I had pretty high expectations because when you have just the base of Donovan Dent and Nelly Jr. Joseph, and by the way, True Washington was going to be better. Mustafa Amzil was there. I expected them to be good and be in contention to win the Mountain West, but with the way they won it, and I know it's not a 6-bid Mountain West conference, but it's still a pretty darn good Mountain West conference. Like it was a battle to see what Utah State did, the way Colorado State has people talking about Nick Clifford as player of the year. Like some people actually voting for him. Like it was a legitimate run from the Rams, but then Lobo sweep the Rams, Utah State split with Boise State, and San Diego State, and what they were able to do on the back of Donovan Dent and everyone else. It was phenomenal, man. I think you're right with Richard Pitino with how he managed it, man. He plays a tight rotation, but he gets the most out of these guys. They're primed and ready to go. Like the minutes that Dent and Ellie Jr. Joseph play are incredible, and that starting five, adding CJ Noland was big time because the length and athleticism, and Philip Borbeachin, and I know plenty of people talk about the offense and shooting, but man, that's just a bonus right now. You want him for that length and just ability to be a pest on the perimeter. And what's really impressed me is how much that they were able to lean in their defense this season and use their athleticism to spark things on the offensive end. And I think I forget the exact number of the Kim Palm defense, they were the best in the league, beating San Diego State this season. And, that's what gives them a chance. And yeah, if probably going to be in the 8-9 game, which is one of the toughest, first round matchups you can get just based on the opponent. When you're not when you're, a 10 plus seed, it's going to be a tough game. But when you're an 8-9, you're a good team that just might have not had the resume or some bumps in the road. And then the potential ahead there, get to the NCAA tournament is awesome. But to be where they are this season, like I wouldn't say I'm surprised by it, but I'm really impressed with what they're able to do in the Mountain West Conference. How they ran away from some of these teams, especially in the pit, man, just insane games. It was what that building is known for. It's what it was this entire season, and just have them win that game because there was some pressure on it. And man, I know Richard Pitino joked about it a little bit, but the last thing you want to do, man, is be cutting down nets and having a party, losing the UNLV, and they went out there and handled their business.
No, I thought they played down the final few minutes there. They played down the stretch. So we had Roco Miller on. I'm sure you know who Roco is. He's a bracketeer. He's a bracketologist, bracketeer.org. At the beginning to kick off my long Sunday night, but there's no Super Bowl or Oscars for me to watch, so what the hell? He said even if they win the tournament, they're still an 8-9 seed. Does that blow your mind?
It doesn't, because it's not just about you, it's about everyone else. Right? So it's if other 8 seeds win. So if you look at, who he has, and I don't know for sure, but we have Jerry Palm from CBS Sports on the show every Thursday. So I usually look at his bracket first because I can directly ask him questions about it and push his buttons when it comes to the bracket. And you look at, the 8s, and it's Illinois and St. Mary's and UConn. Well, you got to realize, Illinois in the Big Ten tournament has resume builders there. UConn in the Big East has resume builders. So to jump up, it's not just, we won the Mountain West tournament. It's okay, did one of those 7 seeds lose? Okay, well then did one of the other 8 seeds have better wins than you, so they would move into that 7, and then maybe you move into that 8. So it's everything that's around you. So I know fans how they handle it because they're so emotional. Like, oh, how could you do this to the Lobos if they went out, they win the Mountain West tournament? Because a couple of those other teams have to lose, and then you have to hope maybe a team or two in front of you doesn't pick up some more wins. Is there an opportunity there for them to potentially get to a 7? Yes. And, if you go in a 7-10 matchup, then looking at the 2 after that, I think you'd feel a little bit more comfortable in 8-9. But, go out there, win the Mountain West tournament, and then put the pressure on everyone else.
I just feel like winning the tournament would at least boost their resume. But Roco Miller made the comment that, well, you're just beating Wyoming or San Jose State. And I was like, okay, I guess, on a neutral court.
Yeah, the opener. But if you get, that second game, Boise State, San Diego State, they're still good enough, man. They're floating there, last 4 in, first 4 out. So resume-wise, it's a neutral court game, but that's good resume-wise. And after that, Utah State, Colorado, yeah, you beat them 3 times, but still the metrics are what they are. Like these other teams in the Big East, Big Ten, SEC, whatever, could be playing teams for a 3rd time. So it's about that Friday and Saturday, right? Those games.
Yeah, no, and it blew my mind that he said that the committee. I mean, I guess it didn't blow my mind because I knew that the committee pretty much has their mind made up on Friday. He said, and I was like, if I understood that correctly, I know he mentioned that twice, and I was like, I guess so. They probably do. They probably have a few slots open. So that's I don't know, man. It just that I think we saw it 2013 to 2014 when they were 3 seed and lost to Harvard and they got the 7 seed the next year. I thought they were better than a 7 seed. His name is JJ Buck. You can listen to him on the call on the Sports Animal tomorrow at 3:30, correct?
3:30 tip off, so 3:00 pregame. We'll go live UNM Sports Radio Network, the Sports Animal. Thomas and Mac, Lobos Aztecs.
JJ, last minute, I appreciate you all the time, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Hey, enjoy Vegas.
Problem. Just sitting here in Vegas, man. Conference tournament time. It's crazy. It's, West Coast Conference, Mountain West rolling in. There's UFC fight last night. The Golden Knights are playing right now. It's Vegas, man. It's crazy.
I love it. I'm so sad I'm not going this week. JJ, stay safe.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right. That was JJ Buck. Appreciate talking to him. When we come back, Nick Coppola to wind this thing down finally. I've been on since 5 o'clock and I'm looking at the ticker. To everybody who is still watching, I know I wasn't trying to roll over to Tom Moser's and Steve Ivey's show. Well, you can probably turn that on after we're done here. But I'll bring on Nick Coppola from the Las Cruces. I almost said the Santa Fe, New Mexican Las Cruces. Sun News. Sorry, I'm still fighting this lung virus. I don't want to cough right into the mic. Quick commercial break. Throw some comments out there. I'd be more than happy to ask them. I know we didn't get a lot, mainly because it was guest after guest after guest. Guests out your ass. So quick commercial break, and then we will be back with Nick Coppola. I've appreciated all the guests, and I'll thank them again. It's been a long night, but it's been fun, and thanks everybody for still watching. We'll be right back. This is a Pit Press Live.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
I am going to use the AAA here. Triple hey.
Hey, hey!
Thank you, Will Ferrell, Krusty the Clown, and Robin Thicke. All right. Appreciate everybody on the show, all the guests, and we're winding this down. Phil McDonald couldn't join. I'm going to bug him to join us later in the week. He was dealing with some AAU stuff, so I'm pushing 4 hours here, so this will be the last guest, and then I'll read some comments. It's been a while since we've had him on. You can catch him his work down at the Las Cruces Sun News. Covers NMSU athletics. His name is Nick Coppola. Nick, it's been a hot minute. How are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, it has been a while. I missed it. How are you doing?
I'm glad you missed it. I'm doing really well. Finally, after 2 weeks, finally feeling like a human being. So that's very nice. NMSU has had quite the up and down season, I would say. They found themselves beating UNM in the pit, which they no longer have the home and home. On December 7th, walked out of there with an 89-83 overtime win. Went to Austin, lost to Texas, then ripped off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in a row. And then things got a little bit rocky. They lost Saturday to Sam Houston, at Sam Houston. I still think everything that's happened down there, Jason Hooten has done a pretty good job. This is your first full year covering NMSU basketball. What have you made of it?
Yeah, it has been a pretty interesting season. I mean, they started. Of course they got that win at the pit. They started conference play 4-0, and they were the sole team in first above Conference USA. And then things just kind of got a little bit kind of up and down from there. Like you said, they finished 10-7. Maybe it was 10-8, I believe, in conference play. They're going to be the 5 seed in this week's Conference USA tournaments. So it's just I mean they can really, especially in conference play, they can really win any game and lose any game. And I mean, they can beat anyone, and they've beaten Jacksonville State, who came close to winning the conference, but of course they've also lost to Sam Houston, who's near the bottom of the league. And so they're one of the best defensive teams, if not the best defensive team in the entire conference. And that their field goal percentage allowed, I think, ranks like maybe top 30 or 40 in the entire nation. They just have had, in many games, they've had problems scoring. And in some recent games, against Sam Houston, they shot pretty well, but it was just the defense that let them down. Louisiana Tech, they shot pretty well as well. But in other games, they were playing really good defense. They just couldn't score. They couldn't shoot well. They couldn't shoot the 3-ball or things like that. So it's just, there's a lot of different things, that maybe go into that. But yeah, I think just in simple terms, they play really good defense. But if they can get to maybe 40% shooting every game, or if they can get to 70 points every game, they could have been at least a top 3 seed, if not, winning the entire conference. So it's been an interesting season. You definitely never know what you're going to get from them. Mm-hmm.
I know you weren't there for the stupid gate, which I said everybody involved was stupid. So if you're an Aggie, you didn't get scot-free. I said the UNM students were stupid too. Everybody was stupid involved. I guess, I'll ask about Jason Hooten, because a lot of people had said he was right for the job, which essentially Greg Heyer, the program got hit with the death penalty. They've been competitive for 2 years. I mean, he seems to be the right coach for this job, as they have now kind of crawled out of that situation by shutting down the program.
Yeah, I think he's doing a pretty good job, with what he inherited. They have improved a lot. They're assured of finishing with a winning record, which is something they haven't done, in the past 2 seasons. Last year, they did not finish with a winning record, and, they're on, the right track. Just everyone that, was involved in just all those, horrible scandals, all of them are gone, including, the players, all the coaches, even the athletic director that oversaw it all, everyone's gone. They're all gone. So it's a lot of, it's brand new coaching staff, brand new players. Nobody on this team has been on New Mexico State for more than 2 seasons. So it's all new players that were involved. And, I really think he's, building a good culture, at least, to at least, try to put everything, behind them, try to get New Mexico State back to, being the perennial tournament contender it once was, which they were, before everything broke out. But and obviously with everything that happened, it was obviously going to take time. Obviously this year they're probably not going to make the tournament. I would be surprised if they win the conference tournament this week. But I think they're on the right track. I think there's a lot of positives for the season, especially with the improvements that they've made. And yeah, I think there's a lot of progression right now within the program.
No, I appreciate that answer. I think so. Oh, my background fell down, but I don't care about it right now. You said that, you had mentioned their defense. Is this something that they pride themselves on? That's kind of crazy that they've played defense well at times, and then they've shot, you said top 40 in field goal percentage. That blows my mind. But do they pride themselves in defense? Because I think that's what Jason Hooten had done at Sam Houston State before rolling over to NMSU.
Yeah, he's very much a defensive coach. He's a defense guy. He likes to preach defense. That's what he does. Of course, he wants shooting on top of that. They focus on defense. They practice defense. They got a lot of good defenders on the team. Both at guard and inside. And so yeah, that's been pretty much his kind of MO. Or I guess that's the thing he wants to do first is play good defense.
You talked about, I've done that twice tonight. I've put myself on mute as I start talking. You talked about a couple players. I think Christian Cook had a fantastic game against UNM. He averages 13 points a game. But then Peter Philip, I hope I pronounce this right, Peter Philippovidi, averages 8 rebounds a game. Kind of hit you up because I've watched NMSU, haven't watched them super religiously. I was kind of keeping track after they beat UNM because their success really was helping UNM out by that loss. But who's been kind of the stud on this team?
Yeah, I think everyone thought that Cook was going to be the big go-to player coming this season, and he's had a pretty good season. But it really has been Peter Filipovic who's been kind of like that go-to player and has been their best player. He's a strong candidate to be an all-conference player. A strong candidate for newcomer of the year. He's a Maine transfer. So he's a strong candidate for newcomer of the year. He's been really good. He's got I think it's 7, maybe 8 double doubles this season. Many of which have come in conference play. So he's been really important for them. He had a little bit of a spat where he had the flu. He tried to play through it in a UTEP game, but then he did not play well at all because of that and kind of missed some games. And he's been trying to kind of regain his strength. He lost 15 pounds because of that, and has been since trying to regain that back. But he's still been playing pretty good. He's been consistently one of their best performers all season long. Obviously I mentioned Christian Cook. Zadi Jackson's been another guy. He's one of their main scorers. They really lean on him to score a lot. So if Zadi Jackson has less than 10 points, they're probably going to lose the game. Especially in conference play. So they really lean on him a lot to not only score but also be a leader on the team. And so yeah, those 3 guys, they recently started the Shimanga Bros. So Emmanuel and Nate, they recently started. They've been starting games together recently. They're both their 2 main post players now, and probably will be since Deontay Bostic has moved to the bench to make room for both of them into the lineup. And so yeah, those I think they have a lineup now. It's a very recent lineup with Jackson, Cook, Filipovic, and the Shimangas, but that's probably going to carry them into the conference tournament. It's been carrying them recently.
I have to ask this because I hadn't had you on in a while, but what was the mood down in Cruces, or did you get any kind of feel after with the expectations of UNM that them coming up to Albuquerque and walking out with an overtime win? What was the mood in Cruces?
Obviously it was pretty good mood. That's the game they circle on the calendar every year that you got to win. Oklahoma's got to beat Texas. Arizona's got to beat Arizona State. New Mexico State's got to beat New Mexico. That's the game. And so everyone was pretty euphoric. Of course, it was very good for business. That game story I wrote is still one of my most viewed game stories since I've worked here. So obviously that got a lot of attention because people were really happy with that. And just I think it also came as a big shock. They were 20.5-point underdogs going into that game. They were on a big losing stretch heading into that game as well. I think they were coming off of a loss or something like that. They weren't really playing well going into that game. So I think just combined with the fact that New Mexico has been a good team this season, and they were heading into that game, and obviously that win has aged pretty well for them since New Mexico has gone on to have a tremendous season. But yeah, I mean the mood was pretty good for lack of a better term.
That was a pretty bad question. I mean, I kind of figured. Yeah, they had lost 5 in a row heading into that game, and they even lost to Pepperdine, who's not very good. So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to call it as I see it. I was really shocked, and I thought that was the metaphorical asteroid that would have destroyed UNM's planet of getting into the NCAA tournament, which has still lingered. Not as bad though, but at the time it was not a good loss. They play Kennesaw State. The Aggies play Kennesaw State on the 13th, which is Thursday. They've lost to Kennesaw State. They beat them. They lost to them at home and then beat them in Georgia. Games 4:30. What do you expect out of this men's Aggies team in the Conference USA tournament? Obviously a one bid league. They could get hot and get in the tournament.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it was probably one big league going into the season, and it especially is now with just the balance in the conference, and the fact that really everybody's beating everybody. You never know who's going to win any given game, and that goes true for this game as well. It could really go either way. New Mexico State could win, Kennesaw could win as well. A big problem in their loss with Kennesaw was in the second half they had a double-digit lead at halftime, and then they let Kennesaw score 45 points in the second half at home, and that's what led Kennesaw to earn a double-digit win themselves. I believe it was 69-56, the final score of that game. And Kennesaw just went off offensively. New Mexico State just struggled to find their way on defense. And that's been it's not been an issue for most of the season because generally they play good defense. But in certain games, home against Kennesaw, on the road against Western Kentucky, on the road against Sam Houston this past Saturday, there have been a few games to where they haven't really played the defense that people have come to expect from New Mexico State. And so against Kennesaw in the return game, in the road matchup, they played pretty good defense. And that's kind of what led them to their win, because in that game they really didn't shoot that great against Kennesaw. It was really defense that pushed them over the line. And so if they could just play good defense, if they can be stout there for all 40 minutes, I'd give them a good chance, depending on just because that's how they lost at home. And, once they got that in order in the return matchup, they were able to beat them pretty handedly. And so they can win that. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it just depends on who they play. They got swept by Liberty this season. So I think if they go up against them again, Liberty will probably beat them for a third time. But it's a winnable game coming up against Kennesaw State for sure.
I'm sure winning a game in the conference tournament would be a really highlight of the season. Yeah, they lost against Liberty at home and then lost in Virginia. So Liberty's just good at everything, I guess. You go get a quality education at Liberty. I'll keep my political comments aside on Liberty, but switching to the women's side, which I did not know until I talked to you today, and then I think I saw it on Twitter. Molly Kaiser, I hope I said her name right. You said that she probably will win Conference USA Player of the Year this week. They're a 4 seed. I mean, that's got to be quite the accolade for her.
Yeah, I mean, she's averaged over 20 points per game this season, and so she's easily the best scorer in the conference. You can normally get 20. There's been plenty of games where she scored over 30 points. Sometimes some of the problems that there has been many people scoring alongside her in some games, and that's kind of why they've lost sometimes. And that's and especially if she isn't scoring, that they had a road stretch where she only had 10 points over 2 games, and they lost both those games against Middle Tennessee and then Liberty. But yeah, she's been very consistently a top level scorer. I think the last average was she was averaging 21 points per game, something like that. I don't know the decimal point, but it's a crazy number. That's what people like Jerome Pierre are averaging over on the men's side, and he's a good candidate to win a men's conference player of the year in Conference USA. So I would not be surprised. She's definitely going to earn first team all conference honors. That's for sure. I'd be very surprised if she doesn't. And I imagine that she's going to get a lot of votes for conference player of the year. And so she's going to be someone. She's someone that they lean on the entire season. That was known going into the season, and especially now. I mean, the women are a higher seed, but I would honestly give them kind of less of a chance to win the tournament because of the men, just because of the gap between them and teams like Liberty and Middle Tennessee. Third place is Western Kentucky, and they have a win over Western Kentucky, but they've been swept by both Liberty and Middle Tennessee. So I think if they beat Louisiana Tech, which they have a pretty good chance of doing Thursday, but they'll probably run into one of those two teams, and I reckon that they probably lose to either of those teams. But yeah, it's been a really good season, really good career for Molly Kaiser. She'll probably leave. She will leave as one of New Mexico State's best ever women's basketball players. She's third all time. She's their third all time scoring leader, only behind two Hall of Famers there in New Mexico State. So yeah, she's been really good. She's been really good this season for sure.
I'm not going to pretend I'm up to snuff on Conference USA and Conference USA women's basketball, but yeah, Liberty and Middle Tennessee State sitting 6-2, and then Western Kentucky's 13-5, and New Mexico State is 10-8. They play Thursday at 10:30 a.m. against Louisiana Tech. Joined by Nick Coppola from the Las Cruces Sun News. I haven't had you on. I don't even know if New Mexico State's hired a new AD, but can you talk about the whole process and Mocha getting fired? I forgot when it was.
Right. So it was January 2nd, which happened to be Valerio Fermi, who's the new president there in New Mexico State, his first official day on the job. Technically,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was. Technically, it was the first, but that was a holiday, so that didn't really count. So the second was like his first work day, and what a way to announce yourself at the university. You fire Mario Mocha, the long-term athletic director there. But he's made his reasoning very clear. He said it was primarily due to the New Mexico Department of Justice reports on all their scandals, specifically the hazing. He read that and decided that he needed to go, and he considered that a basis for a for-cause termination as well. So that means Mocha doesn't have to be paid. I think it's about $1.3 million remaining on his contract, and now, well, I guess as of now, he does not have to get paid that. I'm assuming there's going to be a legal battle because of that, but that hasn't transpired yet. In that they had a conference the next day to kind of announce their next steps. On the 3rd of January, they announced that Amber Burge, who's one of their deputy athletic directors, and she was their senior women's administrator as well, would be the acting athletic director for the next 6 months. So from then until July. So she's basically just getting like an audition, I guess, to see if she's up to the task to be their permanent athletic director. Because right now they are not doing the search for an athletic director. So Fermi is just going to give her a run, see what she can do, see what she can produce, and then I'm assuming come July they'll figure out whether to name her the permanent athletic director or start a search. If she would get hired, she's obviously got a lot of experience. She's been an AD before at a community college. But she has been an AD before. She's worked at Oklahoma State, Louisiana Tech, most recently before she got hired by Mocha. She's a Mocha hire. And so, yeah, I mean, if she does get named the permanent athletic director in July, she will be New Mexico State's first female athletic director, I believe. And so we're coming up on, I guess, the halfway point of it now, which would be April. So it'll be interesting, to see, what they decide. I think she's doing a good job personally right now, but we'll see what they decide to do.
I did not know any of that. That is very fascinating. I did not keep up on that news the last month. I just remember that he got that he had gotten fired, and the things that I had heard up north here, I'm not shocked. But anyway, switching gears to the last question, NMSU is going to play their spring game at not the Wool Bowl, but where I forgot where it's going to be again. It's going to be
it's in Artesia, their high school stadium.
That's right. So it's at Bulldog Bowl. Yep. I hope the relationship with Tony Sanchez is much better, but what's going on there? Are they excited for spring and can they improve from what was last year?
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of new players. They have a new quarterback transfer, Logan Fife from Montana. He's probably going to be the starter for this upcoming season. They got some new running backs. They got Seth McGowan to stay, and they got some Power 4 transfers as well. Dominic Richardson from Baylor and Dijon Stanley from Utah. So I've gotten to see them in a couple practices that I went out to, and they look pretty good, you know, and that was one of the few positives that they had last season was, you know, their rushing attack, and that looks to be pretty good again. Plenty of new receivers. Tony Sanchez really wanted to rebuild at that position, and some of them have looked pretty good. But, you know, mainly, you know, just the main reason they struggled last season is because they didn't have a quarterback. And then they threw so many quarterbacks at that problem, and just none of them really stuck. But yeah, I mean, Logan Fife, you know, I thought he was pretty solid in Montana last year. He's looked pretty solid in the practices. I'd be very surprised if he's not named the starter. You know, they Parker Wallace's still there. He started some games last season, but I'd be very surprised if Logan Fife isn't the starter. You know, obviously we'll see in their spring game coming up in Artesia. And they're doing that to kind of, I guess, like reach out to like all of southern New Mexico, I guess, instead of just Las Cruces. So I guess that's their aim or their goal or whatever they're trying to do. It's received a mixed reaction from the fan base, but you know, it's an out of the box idea, so it's not too surprising. But yeah, just the main thing, if they can improve a quarterback. Probably improve with some of their secondary issues as well. They gave up a lot of deep passes last year. They were one of the worst passing defenses in Conference USA last year. So just improve that, improve the quarterback position. And I think they could. I mean, it's hard to get worse than 3-9, but they can. You know, they certainly tried their best to improve some of their main issues from last year, especially a quarterback.
I think it's pretty cool that they're going to Artesia. I can understand probably why some fans, you know, like I got to drive. I understand that. It's a whole different world up here with Jason Eck. You know, it's been an interesting year up here too. I forgot about the offensive coordinator at the beginning of the year. So that's at NMSU. Nick, it's been way too long. I don't want to keep you any longer. Plus, I've hit the clock where it says over 4 now. So I've been hosting the show for over 4 hours. I appreciate you making time on a Sunday night for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks for having me on, and hopefully you won't go 4 months without forgetting me again.
No, I won't forget you again. I might bug you for the New Mexico State spring game. We'll talk to you about that. Unless New Mexico State goes on a run, then I'll definitely bug you.
Yeah, of course. All right.
Thanks a lot, Nick. All right, that was Nick Coppola from the Las Cruces Sun News. I'm going to go to the comments because now I've been hosting this thing for over 4 hours. But I'll start at the beginning. Not many comments considering how many people are watching. I'm so hyped for this tournament. Theory of Caps. I'm so hyped for this tournament. Eyes on that SDSU Boise State game. Yep, I'm definitely going to be watching that. Seeing how we won last year, UNM, after playing that Wednesday game. Any predictions on who might make the most surprising run on the Wednesday slate? I'm going to bring that up here. Maybe Nevada. I don't know. UNLV's at home. They've played very well down the stretch. That would probably be my guess. Rolling into that, the tournament. But yeah, I maybe Nevada. I don't know if they can get up Steve Alford and get up. I can't see the Lobos losing to San Jose State or Wyoming. I mean, I'm sure, you know, the last time they played, I'm sure if they get San Jose State, they played them tough both times. I mean, they have that. They have to have that game on their radar. I really think a loss would be bad news if they lost to either one of those teams. I think Nevada. I think, yeah, you know, I backtrack. I think UNLV. I think Kevin Kruger's fighting for his job, and they're at home. Might be easier for him. Ben, how's it going? Ben Wysong, tip of the cap to Mackenzie, Kurt, and Co. for doing such incredible things for Lobo Athletics. A lot of success we've seen as fans does not happen without their hard work. Ben, that's exactly right. I got to bug you this week. Hey, Tuesday. What? Yeah, Tuesday. Spring football, Ben. Ronnie Chavez, I do my part. Let's everyone get on board the F505 SVS train. That just reminds me of Starship Troopers. Paul Verhoeven movie. I'm doing my part. And then they cut to that meme that cuts to Tim Robinson's. And I didn't do expletive. It's great. Eric Markham. I agree with Ed the Pro. Go get the tournament championship, then go make noise in the big dance. Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, I think they got to win. Theory of Caps again. Tip my cap to Brandon. I don't miss post-game shows, and the hosts and the analysis get better each game. I really appreciate Brandon joining us, and he joined us because I was trying to kill some time, but obviously I wanted to talk to him. I really appreciate him answering the question about the drunk callers calling in and saying Nelly Jr. Joseph is better than Kenny Thomas. Again, it's not a knock on Nelly. Just funny. Like people react to what's fresh in their brains, and that's why I love history. You know, like with me, you know, just like with memes, like taking a big dump on the Chiefs. Like I get everybody loved it. Did we just forget what they've been able to accomplish? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I love my NFL analogies. Brett Newberry, Denton Joseph will be first team Mountain West Conference. Denton will be player of the year. Patino will be coach of the year. Washington should make second team Mountain West honorable mention. You can't forget that Dent might be actual defensive player of the year. Remember that. Hit mute. Remember that. I had to pull the Marco Rubio there. Sorry. That's what the crap I've had the last 2 weeks. I was losing my my voice there. I didn't hit this one. Neophysis. Gee, I can't talk. Thanks for commenting. It's Calvin though. One of the loudest games I've been to. Yeah, Friday night was rowdy. Brent Newberry, Gwath of SDSU will be freshman of the year. SDSU will be tough next year if they retain their players. Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't not want to play in San Diego, my favorite city. Theory of Caps, great guest today. Appreciate that. My man.
Miguel Sanchez.
Great season. Gabriel Salas, awesome show. I look forward to these. Yeah, I just thought today was necessary. You come off a Mountain West Conference outright championship. And I don't know why you wouldn't talk about it. I didn't want to do a show yesterday, but I thought Sunday night, with football, whether you watch the Oscars or not, I used to see a lot of the movies nominated for Best Picture. That wasn't the case the last few years. I don't like going to the theater. Very weird, I know. My buddy Colin Brennan, Jolin, that's a great picture of Bryce. Trent, True Washington averaging 2.1 steals a game. Every talks about Dent and Nelly, but he has been huge. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's a big stat, man. And you know me and all the BS we talk outside of here. I'm a big defensive guy. Ronnie, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. And Miguel, I'm happy you're here. It's been a while.
Mr. Hutz, why are you burning all your personal papers?
As of this moment, Lionel Hutz no longer exists. Say hello to Miguel Sanchez.
I know it's a long soundbite, but it's worth every second. Let's get to 30-plus wins to cap this year. You know what's crazy is I wrote it in the story, but I don't even know how many wins they have. 25-6. Yeah, you win Mountain West Conference championship. You're at 28. 30 gets you to the Sweet 16. J-Rod, 17. Where does this team rank with the best teams in history? Ed and I were trying to talk about that. And we talked about it earlier in the show. If you're going to go back and watch this recap of the show, bless you. I think tomorrow night, going to try to do a Mountain West Conference tournament preview. And again, I was supposed to go. I just made an executive decision after feeling like death last week and finally getting over the stuff that I had this week and on medication, which I hate going to the doctor. I just didn't feel up to getting on a plane and traveling with all this equipment and being in Las Vegas, Nevada. I think if I had my own hotel room, I would have been splitting it with a couple of guys, but that was not up. I was not up for that this week. I will watch it from the comfort of my house. Depending on where they get sent for the first round, my journalism career have covered an NCAA tournament, but a women's. Did the first and second round here in 2011. So I'd like to go to an NCAA tournament, and I'm not made of money. So there you go. I think if this team fades out in the next week and a half, I don't know how we're going to remember them. Great regular season. I think they've kind of sputtered here towards the end, but they survived. I don't know if I don't think they would beat. I don't think they would beat any of the 90s teams. I'm going to be honest. And look out for our episode Lobo Legend Series with Lamont Long, former guard for UNM. We talked to him on Friday. It was an awesome conversation. He was very candid. I still hold 2009 and 2010 in high regards. Rowe, DeReese, Darrington Hobson, your Mountain West Conference Player of the Year. AJ Hardiman, Mike's not watching. That was a good team. I think Jamal Fenton, 77, 78, 2009, 2010. Don't forget 2012, 2013, even though they kind of kiboshed losing to Harvard. I would take any of the Kenny Thomas teams in the late 90s. I really would. If this team advances in 2 weeks, in a week, it's a different conversation. But right now, let's pump the brakes. I don't see, maybe 4th or 5th. Winning the regular season title, and I mentioned it earlier in the show. I've repeated myself a lot tonight, but that's what happens when you host a 4-hour show. Winning a regular season title outright and winning the conference tournament and maybe getting to the second weekend of the tournament, there's a big level of discussion about where this team ranks in program history, and they might be the best. That's a conversation for 2-3 weeks down the road. Raynard Ford, Lobos being unranked would be a good way that. Let me start that again. Lobos being unranked. Me speak English. Me fail English. That's impossible. Lobos being unranked would be good. That way they'll be a Cinderella team if they make a deep run. I don't think it necessarily matters that they're not ranked or ranked. They're still looked at as a mid-major. I know a lot of people were upset they weren't ranked, but you don't look well against one of the cellar dwellers in this conference. Like I said, they weren't worthy of being ranked. They flying under the radar? Hell yeah. Ronnie Chavez. Was anybody at Volcano Vista last night? Dent and the boys were watching high school basketball. I was watching college basketball at home and rewatching a series of all platforms, Hulu. Didn't know about that. Again, I don't pay that much attention to high school athletics in this state. I apologize. That's an Ed and Nick question. But if that's true, that's pretty cool. Lastly, Raynard Ford. Maybe UNLV will make a deep run to the championship as long as demanding. Thomas returns and Julian Woodshot returns. Yeah, I mean Jalen Hill played well. I think they could do it. Like I said, I think Kevin Kruger's coaching for his job. So that's probably important to them. If he would have won a Mountain West Conference title, he's probably getting another year again. He's lineage there. Helped UNLV and his dad get to the 2007 Sweet 16. Hey, I want to thank Roco Miller. I want to thank Tom Moser. I want to thank Mackenzie Bishop. I want to thank Brandon Ortega. I want to thank George Scott. I want to thank JJ Buck. And I want to thank Nick Coppola. And I also want to thank all the people watching. Because again, without this, without you guys, I don't know what the hell we're doing. And I hope I'm more tolerable. Eric did a fantastic job Friday night. Our Twitter absolutely blew up with all the media and photography and video he did. That's Eric Moulton. That's not me. Yeah, I know he's not a good outfielder, man. They paid for his bat. They paid for his bat. By the way, if the Dodgers don't win this year, what a massive failure. That's just the truth. You have to know that as a Dodger fan. It was still cool seeing the Yankees and Dodgers in the World Series last year. And I guess it was cool to see the Yankees blow a 5-run lead in Game 5 as a Mets fan. It truly is. I'm very excited. Baseball's right around the corner, too. I got to bug Forrest Stolting from the Isotopes to come on the show. Yeah, people were giving me, Ronnie, okay. Yeah, the 162-0. Can't go 162-0 if the plane blows up. That's a bad joke, I know. Got to bug Forrest Stolting from the Isotopes. But again, I appreciate everybody watching. I'm going to try to write. Again, I was going to go to the Mountain West Conference tournament this week. I just made a personal decision for my health and just to get better, and didn't feel like dealing with the Vegas airport. Trust me, I've been in and out of that a lot lately, and I've been in big cities and connected a lot lately. And man, that Vegas just sucks. The airport is just so busy. Vegas doesn't suck. It's just the airport, leaving and going. I'd rather do a lot of other things, even though it's cool to land in Las Vegas. Just a reminder, UNM the women play tomorrow, San Diego State at 1:30. Did I have that right? That's not the men. That's not the women. That's the men. 3:30 tomorrow. JJ Buck on the call. It's on the Mountain West Network if you want to watch. And then the men, 1 o'clock on Thursday. One of the best weeks of the year, sports-wise. Conference tournament week. And then we're only, 10 days away from the NCAA tournament. Also, Selection Sunday, we will know who's in the field and who the UNM Lobos will most likely play at this time next Sunday night. We will have a show for you. I think most likely probably doing a show tomorrow, see who I can get on the reporters, journalists around the conference that cover teams in the conference. I repeated myself, much redundant. So once again, appreciate everybody and everybody's feedback. I think it does make things a little bit easier when the team is winning and as popular as UNM basketball is. Just once again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I want to thank Roco Miller, Tom Moser, Mackenzie Bishop, Brandon Ortega, George Scott, JJ Buck, and Nick Coppola. Everybody have a good night. Got a couple days to, unless you watch the women tomorrow, but got a couple days to dwell on the Mountain West Conference outright regular season championship for the men. Ryan, do you plan to do remote shows from spring practices? So much for signing off. I will be at the spring practice on Tuesday night. I can't wait. By the way, if you haven't, we talked to Jackson Eck last Thursday night. He's the linebacker. He is Jason Eck's son. Phenomenal conversation. He was great. And then we talked to Jason Eck about a month or two ago. So go check that out on our YouTube page. I'm not going to do any remote shows from spring practices. Unfortunately, I don't think that's worth it. I might write something. There's a press conference tomorrow with Jason Eck. But no, I've discussed possibly doing a live show from the pit post-selection show, but UNM does not know what they're doing. But I plan to be in as many spring practices as I can because they don't have the plans to invade Normandy, unlike Bronco Men and Hall did, or the plans of the Death Star. How many times have I made that joke on here? If you watch religiously. Appreciate everybody watching. I'm calling it a night because I've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes tonight, but it was well worth it. And I thought it was an excellent show because usually I'm negative and be like, I could have done that better. I thought tonight I just wanted guest after guest after guest in their respected expertise because, got to strike when the iron's hot, or whatever that saying is. You got to get punched in the everybody's got a plan to get punched in the mouth. Thank you, Mike Tyson. Hey, everybody have a good week. Well, I'll talk to you tonight, probably tomorrow. Everybody have a good Sunday night. And as I always say, don't do anything that I would do.